Noah, do you need to test your sound one more time or you're good?
I think we're gonna go like this one.
Okay,
You can hear me,
It's a-
sorry.
it's okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna get started. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E5 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible that for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the November 17, 2022 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you're speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also provide guidance quickly to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who have requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as the public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect the time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Please attempt to refrain from repeating comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual hearing session. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is here. Commissioner Garza. I believe he's absent today. Commissioner Lightfoot. Not here. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Osterman. Not here. Commissioner Piñeiro. Not here. Commissioner Reyes. Not here. Commissioner Soto.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposato. Not here. Commissioner Tillman.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas. Not here. Commissioner Wagensback. I thought I had seen his name. Okay, not here yet. Okay, we will now approve the minutes from the October 20, 2022 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on October 20th, 2022?
So move, Biagi.
Moved by Biagi. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Brumfield seconds.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Abstain.
Okay, abstain. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza, I don't think is here yet. No, okay. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback. Not here yet. Okay. Motion passes. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. We have received speaking forms from 5 individuals for items on today's agenda. The first speaker is Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson to speak on item D6 at 2222 South Michigan Avenue. The second speaker is Ms. Monica Durack to speak on item D7 at 4715 Northwestern. The third speaker is Mr. Abraham Lazy to speak on item D9 on the Roseland Medical Plan. The fourth speaker is Mr. Leon Walker to speak on item D9, the Roseland Medical Plan. And the final speaker signed in is Ms. Kathleen Trainer to speak on item D7 at 4715 Northwestern Avenue. Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, are you ready?
I am.
Thank you, and we can
Thank
hear you. You can get started.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I represent the businesses, institutions, and stakeholders on the near south side. I will say back in September of 2018, speaking in regard to the 2222 South Michigan Avenue, Near South Planning Board had the opportunity to review the proposal then. At that time, we had expressed concerns about the addition of residential units in Motor Row Historic District. And we had sent a letter denying the applicant's request to change the zoning from a DS5 to a DX5. In that letter sent to you, we expressed our reasoning and reiterated Near South Planning Board's continued commitment to the growth and vibrancy of the historic district. Now, fast forward to now, we once again have had the opportunity to review the newly revised plans for 2222 South Michigan Avenue. The applicant is now proposing to renovate the existing 3-story building and construct a 1-story rooftop addition for the maximum building height of a little over 62 feet for retail, commercial, residential, lodging, and entertainment use, including 38 residential units. Amid the pandemic and the realization that the hospitality industry, especially hotels and the convention center, may have a much slower process to returning to its glory days, Near South Planning Board decided to revisit the idea of residential in this specific proposal. The board thoroughly discussed the vision of Motor Row Historic District and weighed the pros and cons of bringing residential into 2222 South Michigan Avenue. After much lengthy discussion and with the revitalization efforts of the Motor Row Historic District in the forefront of our thoughts, We have agreed to provide support of this proposal in a limited fashion. We recognize that more critical mass would be needed to support a thriving entertainment district, and thus having more residents in this development would be beneficial to its success. Near South Planning Board shall provide its support of the proposal as presented, so long as the entrance and address of the residential co-living units be located on the Wabash side of the development. We appreciate the opportunity to continue this dialogue, encourage your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, for your comments. Next, we have Ms. Monica Jurek. Ms. Monica, can you hear us?
Ms. Monica, you are unmuted, but we're not able to hear you. Your
Do
Zoom may
we-
not be using the correct microphone device. If you want to relog back in, maybe test your audio.
Do we go back to the third speaker and then come back to Ms. Monica? I have Mr. Abraham Lazy after her.
Chairwoman, I don't see Abraham Lacey's name in here.
Okay. How about Mr. Leon Walker?
Yeah, I have someone else, Robin Vermouth for Leon Walker, he says. Robin Vermouth, you have to unmute, or Leon Walker.
Hello,
Hello, we can hear you.
can you hear me now? I was on the wrong Zoom link. This is Leon Walker, DL3 Realty.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, I've got it. Pardon me for 1 second.
Chairwoman, I think we lost Leon Walker.
Okay. Well, last on the list, I have Miss Caitlin Trainer.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the commission. My name is Kathleen Trainer. I was born in Lincoln Square and have lived here for many years. I'm now a senior. I enthusiastically support this proposal on Western and Leland. It is the product of over 2 years of hard work by Alderman Martin and his staff, the developer, community builders, business owners, and the community. The end result is a beautiful building on a prominent parcel right as you enter our business community. And it will be a gateway, especially as the new Western Avenue development project is implemented. The developer was able to address some concerns over both public parking and resident parking. And this was quite a feat. Our community sorely needs this housing. We have lost population and affordability in recent years. I volunteer in the ward, helping low-income residents find housing. And even in the past year, that has become more difficult. I have seen a change. We used to have a housing stock where rents fell in that sweet spot of about 800 to 900 for a one-bedroom apartment in older buildings. No more does that housing exist. Turnover, rehab, deconversions, and rising taxes have all contributed to big rent increases. It is so sad to see seniors in particular forced out of their neighborhood while sitting on waiting lists for years. I love my community and I want to share it with a diverse set of neighbors. The Lincoln Square I know values people over parking. I urge you to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trainer. I see Ms. Monica has joined the list. Is she able to?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am the Executive Director of the Donkaus German American Cultural Center. My name is Monica Yurok. The Donkaus German American Cultural Center is a 77,000 square foot nonprofit cultural center and language school located in Chicago's historically German neighborhood, Lincoln Square. Our mission is to preserve and promote German culture, heritage, and language through maintaining a center consisting of a museum, an art gallery, library, language school. We organize a plethora of educational and social programming, focusing on and emphasizing the history, traditions, and contributions of Germans and German Americans. We have owned our nearly 100-year-old building since 1967. The Donkaus is a fundraising and meeting venue for over 40 area schools, German organizations, and other nonprofit community organizations. We're also a polling place and host a plethora of community meetings, workshops, and neighborhood meet and greets. In addition, this year has been focused heavily on capital investment decisions, with the first floor Treffpunkt space finishing up phase 1 construction and the preliminary stages of our TIF accessibility project set to take place, we're crossing fingers, in Q1 of 2023. Both the investment in the first floor Treffpunkt space and the TIF accessibility project will allow the Donkaus organization to be a premier community cultural center serving the
Miss Monica, we lost your audio. There might be something wrong with your microphone. You're unmuted in Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The Donkaus was pleased to be part of the meeting that took place on March 8th of this year, where community stakeholders had a chance to voice some concerns with the proposed development at 4715 Northwestern Avenue. While certain modifications were made, of special concern to the Donkaus is the additional loss of parking, the height of the building, and the loss of festival space in Lincoln Square. Parking is instrumental for our local institution that serves both the community and the greater Chicagoland area. We are a meeting and fundraising space for several local nonprofits and cater to our neighborhood, as mentioned, through a variety of programming. The additional story will take away our picturesque skyline views that are iconic with the Donkaus. The Donkaus was pleased to hear that our concerns surrounding preserving parking availability in the neighborhood have been taken into consideration, but we really think that for our survival, the parking needs to be re-examined. During the presentation, TCB mentioned a willingness to work with the Donkaus and other planning organizations to come to a mutually agreeable alteration to festival space. We look forward to working with them to ensure that our community and cultural outreach and our beloved Lincoln Square festivals can continue. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Jurek. How about Mr. Leon Walker? Is he back?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. I'm calling to speak on behalf of the Roseland Medical District Plan. This is a plan that's been a long time coming. We actually were part of the initial forming group, that being DL3 Realty, and our Roseland Medical Center investment at 111th and Perry Avenue, directly across the street from the Roseland Community Hospital. And when that building opened in 2008, we declared that this area would be a new medical district that would capitalize on the hospital's employment base and be a gravity pull for additional investment. We said that we needed to have a plan to realize those ambitions and those goals. And after the medical district itself was approved, the plan languished for some time. It took the Lightfoot administration to recognize the promise and potential of the Roseland Medical District to fund a plan. And this is the plan that we now have, which has gone through several rounds of community meetings, of which I have participated in. I shared all of the foundational materials that the plan is now incorporating. And I want to give recognition to a beloved and respected community leader, Mr. Salim Al Nuruddin, who was the energy behind this effort. He passed away during COVID, but he was the energy behind this effort. And I joined with him in bringing this to realization. I'm just so pleased that we now have a plan. So let's execute the plan and make sure that we also take into account the residential neighborhood that surrounds the main corridor of 111th Street and Michigan Avenue and State Street, because those residential areas need to have investment along with the commercial areas. And I'm hoping that the plan, as it grows and matures and evolves over time, will look at those residential areas as opportunities to bring in those that work and live nearby the centers of excellence that we're all hoping will come as a result of this plan, as well as the investment from the state of Illinois in the Roseland Medical District. So thank you all for your time and energy on this, and thank the partners of the Far South CDC and all of our others who helped make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And I think Mr. Abraham Lacey is now connected.
Yes, good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I can begin.
Yes, get started.
So for the record, my name is Abraham Lacey, president of the Far South Community Development Corporation. Our organization have been the back office support for the Roseland Medical District Commission since 2015. This plan has been in the making for more than 10 plus years when the Roseland Community Medical District was created in 2011. Thanks to the dedication and support from Alderpersons Kerry Austin and Anthony Beal, Senator Emil Jones III, State Representative Justin Slaughter, the Illinois Legislative Black Caucus, the Roseland Medical District Commissioners, both past and present, which is, you heard, former Commissioner Leon Walker, Commissioner Maurice Cox, and the Department of Planning and Development team, the Roseland Community Hospital, Chicago Family Health Center, CTA, the Chicago Community Trust, community residents and businesses, our amazing lead consultant, Richard Wilson from Smith and Gill Architecture, and the entire planning team. This master plan would not have been possible. We are grateful for this historic day, and we hope that this plan has and will continue to bring excitement to a community that has been intentionally disinvested in for many decades. I'm grateful that this day has arrived after so many years of struggle and barriers, but I'm also concerned about the day after and beyond. People are hurting and dying. Roseland has one of the highest infant mortality rates in Chicago. In the past decade, thousands have been victims of violent crimes. The life expectancy in Roseland is 10 years less than in the Loop, and Black women are 6 times more likely to die from pregnancy than white women. COVID not only exposed the poor health conditions, but accelerated the challenges. So my concern is that we as a city have normalized disparities for Black and Brown communities such as Roseland. With a 22% unemployment rate and nearly 31% of the population below the poverty level, the study area experiences an economic recession and depression every year. This should be considered an emergency declaration, #1 priority. That means higher priority than Lincoln Yards or Fulton Market. We keep saying that Pullman is a great community development example, and it is. Pullman is experiencing overwhelming success, but we have not replicated this model. We need to get back to investing in working class households by developing a holistic and comprehensive community development strategy. And I believe that this plan is. Working class households greatly contribute to the functionality of this city. These are our first responders, teachers, daycare providers, social workers, sanitation workers, and our small business owners. But for the past 40 years, working class households have become less of a priority and more of a net profit for the city in terms of higher tax burdens, fees, and fines. So to our city leaders, please, your legacies will not be defined by how many skyscrapers and luxury apartments you build for the privilege, but how you prioritize and treated the most vulnerable in our city. And I cannot imagine anyone more vulnerable than an infant who never been given a chance to live due to poor but preventable economic and environmental conditions. So please, I implore you to prioritize this master plan, the neighborhood similar to Roseland, with a sense of urgency. These plans are not just mere exercises to us, but an outline of community survival. Thank you all, and congratulations to all who contribute to this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. Very important points. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? Please raise your hand in the Zoom window and we will call your name in the order that they appear.
Chairwoman, we have several names. Alex Nelson is the first one.
Yeah, followed by John Morrison, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, do you want to get started?
Of course. Hi, my name is Alex Nelson. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a resident of the Lincoln Square neighborhood. I wanted to offer my enthusiastic support of the development at Western Avenue and Leland Avenue, 4715 Northwestern Avenue. As spoken by my friend and neighbor, Kathleen Trainer, I think this is going to be a huge asset to the neighborhood. We are excited for the new housing that this will bring. We think that this can be a really flagship moment for affordable housing in the city of Chicago. We hope that it will kind of create a watershed moment of if it can happen in Lincoln Square, it can happen anywhere. And we know that diversity of housing creates safer neighborhoods and better neighborhoods. Everyone deserves to have a walkable neighborhood close to public transit, good schools, good grocery stores. And so we're really excited that we're bringing an affordable housing development into the neighborhood and we can offer these kinds of opportunities to people. Moreover, parking lots can actually be dangerous places. They're dangerous for women, they're dangerous for pedestrians. So replacing a parking lot with a housing development will actually be an asset to public safety. I am super excited about this development. I've been engaged with the community process from the beginning. I've worked with the alderman's office, the community builders. I've participated in the Zoom calls and have had follow-up conversations, and I've been really pleased with the level of community engagement that this project has had, the way that they've really taken input from all different community members, business owners, and we are so excited to see this project come to the neighborhood. We're so excited to welcome our new neighbors, and we're thrilled that you folks are going to make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Mr. Morrison.
Hello, thank you. I am here also in support of this same development. I've lived in and around this community since around 2007. I recently bought a home in the area. Doing so was a challenge. It was quite expensive to live here. I've seen a lot change in the relatively short time that I've lived in Chicago, and I've watched a lot of multifamily units get torn down, turned into single family units, particularly in this neighborhood. We've lost a huge amount of our housing stock, and I've seen a lot of my friends and neighbors get priced out of the neighborhood. This proposal directly across the street from a CTA station, one of the best in the network, is an ideal location. And considering the bustling business community that we have in Lincoln Square, adding more people there would be a huge boon to the businesses, the community, and to the neighborhood. I want to enthusiastically support this. And I also want to say, this has been a model for community engagement. I've been thrilled. I've been involved in this project just as a grassroots person who was invested in it for almost 3 years. And I've watched there be discourse. I've watched us change, go from one proposal to another. I've seen the developer respond. I've seen the alderman respond. I've seen the city respond. I want to thank Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Navarro for working with their teams to figure out how to make this work, as well as the mayor to work on this. But we've seen an organized disinformation campaign, unfortunately, about this that has gotten at times really nasty and racist, including some comments by a magazine called The Inside Booster that attacked our alderman, called him the Black Gentry. It's been really gross. There's been anti-Semitic dog whistles. There's been really, really hateful stuff. I've spent time scraping down Proud Boy stickers in the area. I've seen really hurtful, shameful comments. This cannot stand, and that is not the character of our neighborhood. And this development is a huge boon to saying, hey, we're not going to just be a homogenous whites only community. We're not just going to have one cultural identity in Lincoln Square. I'm really excited that you're going to make this happen. Very passionate about it, and I'm really excited to meet my new neighbors in the future. So Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Next, we have Mr. Adams.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't sign up this week, but thank you for giving me the opportunity. I just wanted to make a comment very quickly on items 8 and 9, the kind of master plan proposals, and real quick on E1. I'm just going to say it all in the 3 minutes. I just want to say that I like what I see with the city doing, what planning is doing, with coming out with some of these neighborhood master plans and master plan and proposals. I like the fact that the current commission is stepping outside of downtown and looking at neighborhoods. I've been going to Plan Commission for 15 years, and it's kind of one of the first times that I've seen neighborhoods kind of take a step up in terms of priority. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for focusing on the neighborhoods with these plans. One of the previous speakers kind of said something that intrigued my mind when he was talking about the plan on Western for this other proposal, in terms of demolitions of 2 flats and 3 flats. Now, that's one reason why we have such a problem right now in Chicago with affordable housing, is because of so much demolition of these older vintage buildings. And I would like to see a moratorium kind of put in for that to help these plans and proposals, and for the city itself for affordable housing. I know we're trying to include more affordable housing everywhere, but if we could stop tearing down a lot of these, that would certainly help out. In terms of also these, there's a lot of city-owned land within these proposals. And there was an article very recently, I think in the Chicago Sun-Times, maybe yesterday or the day before, about how the city wants to really activate the city-owned lots. And what I would like to see the city do is, in fact, maybe upzone some of these lots in these areas to get more density when these proposals kick off. It's a lot harder for private developers to get the upzoning, but the city itself, if it holds the land, I don't see why the city can't upzone some of this land along these corridors in these proposals to allow for more density. And that's going to certainly help bring back people to the city of Chicago. And one thing I would also like to see planning do is, you all have these plans for like Roseland, you did one for Woodline, you're doing this this corridor along Western. I would really like to kind of pull out a map, all the green line, the red line, the blue line, the yellow line, and go along that for proposal of density and development along all these transit lines, including Metra. Metra gets left out in these proposals. And know that the red line is going to get extended in the Roseland area. I'm excited about that. And just, this is, I went to school over there. Gwendolyn Brooks, it was Southside College Prep, and that's my alma mater for high school. So I like to see investment in that area as well. But that's all I have to say right now. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, we have Joyce Chapman.
Good morning, everyone, and
Good
thank you
morning.
for having me. My name is Joyce Chapman. I'm the CEO of the Far South Chicago Coalition. The Quality of Life Plan for the Far South Side of Chicago governs the areas 95th to the north, city limits to the south, Bishop Ford, and I-57. The Medical Roseland District is one of our focal projects, and we wholeheartedly support this project, and we hope that this body here will look in favor of voting yes to it, because it is so well needed. And we're out here for the Healthy Chicago Equity Zone and racial disparity. We did over 3,000 surveys, and one of the common thread here was that the fact that we do not have a thriving medical center. And how do we go? We was in Mount Greenwood this past Monday, and I said, within the city limits, what hospital do you have? And everybody said Roseland. So our commission, if you look at it, it is a well worth project to uplift and amplify for the community at large. I've been a resident of the Pullman community since October 3rd, 1968, and I still am. And if you count, it's over 50 years. I see the devastation. We're going to see the growth of Roseland, Pullman, and all our Far South Side communities come back alive under this project, as well as Invest Southwest. And in conclusion, I want to say this. Although we support this project, we would love to see more comprehensive, intentional community and authentic community engagement from the developers, Far South CDC, and how can we really amplify our voices. So once again, this is Joyce Chapman, and this is one of our focal projects that we would like to uplift and get moving forward for us in our community. I thank you so much and have a great Thanksgiving, and be safe.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Do we have any other members that wish to make public comments? I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
No other hands raised, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item number 1 through 4 under the disposition heading, item 5 under the ANLAP heading, item 6 under the acquisition heading, item 7 under the change of use heading, and items number 8 through 10 under the TIF plan update heading?
So move Biagi.
Moved by Biagi. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Tillman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Not hearing Commissioner Murphy. We'll come back. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, and I am present.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not seeing Villegas back, okay, or Wagons back.
Yes, Chairwoman, I'm
Okay.
also present for purposes
There
of
you
quorum,
are.
but want to vote yes. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Wagons back. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is D1, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1428, submitted by Ani Grant Limited Partnership for the property generally located at 369 West Grand Avenue. The applicant proposes to amend residential business plan development number 1428 to add daycare as a permitted use. The daycare facility will be located on the ground floor of the building. No changes are proposed to the exterior or the existing exterior of the existing building in the plan development. And this is in the 42nd Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. For the
Thank you.
record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to amend Residential Business Plan Development 1428 to add daycare as a permitted use. No changes are proposed to the exterior of the existing building in the plan development. The subject site is located in the near North Side community area. The median age of the population is 34.7. 83% of the residents have a bachelor's degree or higher, and the median household income is just over $109,000. Almost 55% of the residents take transit, walk, or bike to work. The subject site is located at 369 West Grand at the intersection of West Grand Avenue and North Orleans Street. The site is approximately a half-mile west of the CTA Chicago Red Line stop, a half-mile east of the Grand Blue Line stop, a quarter-mile northwest from the Merchandise Mart Brown and Purple Line stop, and the site is also in close proximity to the 65, 37, 125 CTA bus lines. The site is also located 1 block south of the Ohio feeder ramp to the Kennedy Expressway. The site is located in Planned Development 1428, which was approved in October 2018 to include 356 dwelling units, ground floor commercial space, and 261 parking spaces. Daycare was not listed as a specific permitted use. A minor change was issued in September 2019 to reduce the parking requirement to 253 spaces. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential, commercial, and mixed use. The zoning districts in the immediate area are DX-7 and planned developments 318 and 624. Here's a closer aerial view of the site and an image of the constructed building. And here is an image of the base of the building at the corner of Grand and Orleans, in which the daycare is proposed to be located. The proposal is subject to the Central Area Action Plan adopted in 2009 and the Central Area Plan adopted in 2003 by the Chicago Plan Commission. Some of the goals of the plans include creating vibrant mixed-use districts and supporting diverse livable neighborhoods. Now I would turn the presentation over to Ed Cuss, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, Chairman Flores and members of the commission. My name is Ed Cuss, an attorney at Taft, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant, Ani Group Limited Partnership. Joining me is Paul Piro, Senior Development Manager with Ani. As Emily noted, this is a technical amendment to Plan Development number 1428, the sole purpose of which is to add daycare as a permitted use. The daycare will be located on the ground floor. The exterior of the building is not changing, nor are any of the other development parameters. For your information, the proposed daycare will be operated by Montessori. There will initially be approximately 124 children, ages 3 to 6. Maximum capacity will be 150 children. There will be 19 staff members on site, and there's a lease provision guaranteeing 5 parking spaces in the building for staff members. The date of this amendment filing was September 21st, 2022. And again, nothing is changing on the exterior of the building. What you see is a picture of the unfinished retail space on the ground floor that was built and permitted. And again, the PD amendment was solely to have a daycare as a permitted use in the building. Next. This is a schematic of the ground floor of the building. The proposed daycare space is on your right, fronting along Grand Avenue. It takes up almost the entire portion of the commercial space in the building. Next. This is a actually close-up version of the proposed daycare space as outlined on the ground floor. The entrance will be to the far right. You might see double doors in the upper right-hand corner, right there. Next. So this is a picture of the north building elevation looking south as currently built. The entrance to the daycare will be to the lower left-hand corner where the double doors are. Next. Again, a schematic of the daycare entrance on the right. The daycare tenant loading zone is right here, approximately center of the building. It is 60 feet long and should easily accommodate 4 to 5 cars at any one time. The peak drop-off times will be 7 to 10 in the morning, and the peak pickup times will be 3:30 to 6 in the afternoon. Next. Again, this proposed daycare tenant will fill the needs of the community and will provide approximately 20 full-time jobs on site. The project cost is an estimated $1.5 million. It's estimated that there will be approximately 60 construction jobs in the build-out of the space. Ani Group will be working with the proposed operator Montessori in building out the space, and both parties anticipate meeting the MWBE participation goals of 26% participation from qualified minority business enterprises, 6% participation from qualified women business enterprises, and 50% participation from Chicago residents. And that is it. Thank you, and we will be available for any questions.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal includes an active use at street level within the building. and the proposal is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend residential business plan development 1428 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff for the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
I just had a question in terms of the daycare center. Will they have any affordable childcare spots in their Montessori school?
Commissioner, this is Ed Cuss, attorney. I am not, I honestly do not know the answer to that question. But Montessori operates, as you know, many schools and many daycares around the city. So I'm sure they probably would have something like that.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Not seeing any more hands raised. Is Alderman Riley here or the staff to make any statement, or are there any letters of support on this item?
You can't really hear them, but yes, we have a letter of support from Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Emily. If there are no more questions, do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1428 submitted by Ani Grand Limited Partnership for the property generally located at 369 West Grand Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Tunney.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Do I have a second?
Second
by Escareño.
Okay, I think I heard Commissioner Brunfield first. We'll roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Commissioner Barclay, I couldn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brunfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. I believe he stepped away. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, the next two items, D2 and D3, will be presented together in one presentation, but they will require two motions and subsequently two votes at the end. The first of the two items is on the agenda is D2, a proposed amendment to Waterway Business Plan Development number 1222 submitted by Delta Real Estate Holdings, LLC, for the property generally located at 2501 North Elston Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone all of Waterway Business Plan Development number 1222 to C3-3, and then back to Waterway Business Plan Development number 1222 as amended. The applicant seeks to remove a portion of land from the plan development boundaries. No new construction or site improvements are proposed as part of this amendment request. And this is in the 32nd Ward. The second item on the agenda is D3, a proposed amendment to Business Plan Development number 1238, submitted by Tennis Corporation of America, DBA Midtown Athletic Club, for the property generally located at 2416-2520 North Alston Avenue, the applicant proposes to rezone the subject site from Business Plan Development number 1238 to Waterway Business Plan Development number 1238 as amended. The proposal will include additional property within the plan development boundaries. No new construction or site improvements are proposed as part of this amendment request, and this is again in the 32nd Ward. Carmen Martinez will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to have Louis Clayton, Northwest City City Planner, do the presentation. I'm going to share the screen.
Okay, thank you.
And if tech is on, Louis was having an issue sharing his screen, so I'm going to share that.
I'm sorry, who is?
Louis Clayton, but I'm going to share the screen just so we can.
Okay, no, I can fix that.
Okay,
You
great.
should be able to share the screen now.
Yes.
Okay, we can see it. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Louis Clayton with the Department of Planning and Development. The subject properties are generally located at 2501 and 2416 through 2520 North Elston Avenue within the Logan Square community area in the 32nd Ward. The applicants, Delta Real Estate Holdings, LLC, and Midtown Athletic Club, appear here today for the purposes of amending Waterway Business Plan Development 1222 and Business Plan Development 1238 to adjust the boundaries between the two plan developments. No new construction or site improvements are proposed as part of this amendment request. This request has been submitted as a mandatory amendment to plan development due to the resulting change in the character of the development. The subject site is located in the Logan Square community area, which has experienced a 1.5% decrease in population since 2010, compared to a 1.9% increase within the city of Chicago. The applicants seek to remove subarea B of Waterway Business Plan Development 1222 and rezone it to C3-3 to accommodate the prior sale of subarea B to the adjacent property owner of Business Plan Development 1238, Midtown Athletic Club. Once removed from Waterway Business Plan Development number 1222, subarea B would then be added to the boundaries of Waterway Business Plan Development number 1238 as amended, pursuant to a separate application on today's agenda. Subarea B is improved with a surface parking lot and outdoor tennis and pickleball courts. The two planned developments are generally located in an area bounded by West Fullerton Avenue to the south, North Damon Avenue to the east, the North Branch of the Chicago River to the north, and North Leavitt Avenue to the west. Business Plan Development number 1222 was adopted in 2013 and contains the Fox Ford car dealership. Business Plan Development 1238 was approved in 2014 and contains the Midtown Athletic Club, a hotel, and retail uses. The adjacent land uses and zoning districts are primarily commercial industrial. At this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kathleen Duncan with the applicant team to discuss the proposed PD amendments on the subsequent slides.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Kate Duncan, and I am an attorney at Ackerman LLP in Chicago. I'm appearing this morning alongside Jack George on behalf of the applicant Tennis Corporation of America, DBA Midtown Athletic Club, in connection with the proposed amendment to PD 1238. Present this morning for the Midtown team is also Stephen Schwartz, who is the CEO of applicant, along with Trish Stieglitz, who is the Vice President of Development and Facilities for our applicant. Also appearing this morning is Ms. Mariah DeGrino from DLA Piper, who represents Delta Real Estate Holdings LLC in connection with the amendment to PD 1222. So this slide before you is a land use map showing the various land uses in the area surrounding the planned developments. You see the Chicago River to the north, Vienna Beef is to the east, and to the south there are commercial uses, and to the west there are additional commercial and industrial uses. Next slide, please. This is the site context plan, which gives you an aerial view of the site. In this, you can see Midtown's main tennis building and pool on the west side of Elston. And on the east side of Elston, you can also see additional Midtown facilities, including outdoor paddleball and pickleball courts. These are the buildings that make up Midtown Athletic Club, along with additional commercial uses known as the Midtown Plaza. And these are all included in PD number 1238. You can also see the Fox Ford dealership building and the parking lot adjacent to that building that makes up PD number 1222. Next slide. This slide depicts the existing boundaries of PD number 1222. Midtown purchased a portion of this land from Delta Real Estate Holdings within the boundaries of PD 1222. And at that time, Delta actually sought a minor change from DPD to properly depict and finalize the boundary of the property that Midtown had purchased. And so next slide, please. You can see this property that's outlined in green on this slide became sub-area B within PD 1222, but there was a mutual understanding at the time that all the parties would move forward to remove sub-area B from PD 1222 and add that area into PD 1238. And that is why we are before you today. So accordingly, this is really a technical amendment to both PD 1222 to remove this parcel from the boundaries of PD 1222, and then to rezone it to C3-3, which is the underlying zoning for all of Midtown's planned development. And so then it's also a technical amendment to PD 1238 to add that parcel zoned C3-3 to the boundaries of PD 1238. So next slide, please. So the properties outlined in blue on this slide are the existing PD number 1238. The property in green is the area to be removed from PD 1222 and added to PD 1238. And again, that parcel will first be rezoned to C3-3 to match the underlying zoning of PD 1238, and then will be rezoned to PD 1238 as amended. And so next slide. And then this will be the final new boundaries of PD 1238 after all of the zoning amendments are completed. So next slide, please. This is a pedestrian level view of the parcel of property that's being removed from PD 1222 and added to PD 1238, looking west from Elston. Looking east from Elston. Next slide. And this is a pedestrian level view of the remaining portion of PD 1222 with the existing Fox Ford dealership. Next slide. And this is a pedestrian level view of the existing Midtown Athletic Club, which is primarily on the west side of Elston Avenue. Next slide. This is the site plan depicting the existing Fox Ford dealership and parking lots. Please note that all existing conditions are remaining. There is nothing new proposed in this PD. Should also be noted that the parking lot that was retained by Fox Ford does not require any sort of cross-access easements from Midtown. So Fox Ford and Midtown each have separate access points and driveways to serve each of their respective parcels. And there's adequate space on each site to allow full circulation without any need for crossover between the parcels. So next slide. This depicts the existing Midtown Athletic Club site plan. All existing conditions, again, are remaining the same. Nothing new is proposed for this PD other than adding the property that was previously owned by Fox Ford. Next slide. This slide sets forth Fox Ford's compliance with their sustainability policy, and it shows their existing 34,000 square foot green roof. And the Fox Ford building is also LEED certified. Next slide. The next several slides, Midtown has worked with DPD to update the landscape plan from that which was approved in its prior PD. And this slide depicts the updated landscape plans that will be incorporated into the PD. It reflects the as-built existing conditions along the west side of Elston. Next slide. This reflects some of other updates that Midtown is going to do, existing and some updates that Midtown is going to do at the corner of Elston and Damon Avenue, where Elston Avenue was realigned just a couple of years ago. And then also to the west, to the east side of Elston Avenue, where that same realignment took place. Next slide. And then this is just our planting list and other landscape notes that are included in the PD exhibits. Next slide. Again, just more of the same list of plantings and landscape issues. Next slide. The stormwater management ordinance does apply to the project, as it did to both Midtown and Fox Ford's original projects. But we wanted to note that the parcel that's being shifted from the boundaries of PD 1222 to PD 1238 will continue to meet all volume control requirements. Midtown and Fox Ford actually have a water retention easement in place between them to ensure that all the stormwater requirements from the parcel continue to be met by the existing system that Fox Ford installed when the PD 1222 improvements were originally made. And Louis, I think with that, I would just like to say thank you very much to the staff at DPD for all of their hard work on this matter. We have been in touch with Alderman Wagasback, who has provided a letter of no objection for this matter. So on behalf of both Fox Ford and Midtown, we respectfully request your favorable recommendation of the approval of both the amendment to PD 1222 to remove the parcel and then the amendment of PD 1238 to add the parcel. And Ms. DeGrino and I are both here on behalf of our clients to answer any questions you may have this morning. And so Louis, I will turn it back to you. Thank you.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicants, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal has been reviewed by the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities, the Chicago Department of Transportation, the Chicago Fire Department, and the Department of Planning and Development. The proposal encourages unified planning and development, will not adversely affect adjacent developments, and is compatible with its base zoning district of C3-3. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with existing development patterns in the needed area, which is predominantly commercial and industrial uses. The proposed development complies with the applicable standards and guidelines for planned developments. The proposed development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. Public infrastructure, facilities, and city services will be adequate to serve the proposed development at the time of occupancy. Please refer to my staff reports for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development. These applications to amend Waterway Business Plan Development 1222 and Business Plan Development 1238 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Commissioner Tunney, do you want to make a comment or have a question?
Yeah, both. Kate, can we go back to the east side of Elston on the boundary lines? No, earlier, that's a little confusing. Okay. Okay, right there. All right. So on the east side, tell me what does Fox own and what does the Midtown own? And as someone who goes to Fox for auto care, how are they figuring out that where the property lines are? I mean, that's that triangle on the further eastmost that encroaches on the existing parking. How does that, tell me how that legally is owned and divided, because it looks like you're on Fox property on some of it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, thank you, Alderman Tunney. Louis, can you go back maybe one slide? Yes. Okay, so Alderman Tunney, you can see the area in green is the piece that Midtown purchased from Fox. And you're right, there is a little triangle up towards the Chicago River, which looks like there's still some Fox encroachment on there. But Fox will not be, yes, correct. Fox will not be using that little area. This may be an old aerial that shows, Fox still having some cars parked up there. But Fox will not be using that area any longer to park cars. It will just be, that's Midtown's property now. And so will be the sole ownership of Midtown. Midtown now may park some cars up there, but Fox will not park cars up there.
So then Fox sold some of their property to Midtown as part of this swap, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's fine. But then as you move forward in the slides, you were talking about entrance and exits. Existing there, it looked like at some point there was an exit on the east end, which you said everything's still in compliance, but it looks like we're losing an exit.
So Fox still has its own entryway that's closer to its building.
Elston.
You kind of see it along from Elston. And I think you can kind of see the little curb cut that's depicted. Yes, correct, right in there. And so that will allow them to still have full circulation through their site and out onto Elston. And similarly, Midtown has a separate curb cut on its piece that it purchased right in there. And so it will have its own access point and will have its own circulation through the parking that it has acquired without needing to cross over onto Fox's parcel.
But what I think I saw in a later map was there was an exit on the further in the east side of that parking lot that might be going away.
So there is an existing curb cut right next door to Midtown's small building on the east side, and that will remain in place. Is that what you're talking about? Midtown will have a ingress and egress into the new parking lot that they've acquired.
Well,
But
here, look
that's
at, you've got, so you have no exit. When I was looking at it, where it says excluded from parking counts and the diagonal that cuts into that corner, is that just an interior aisleway, or is that's not an exit by any stretch?
Correct. That's not an exit. I think that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the extent of my question on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Do we have any other questions or comments by the commissioners? Okay, not seeing any more hands raised. And I believe it was mentioned that we do have a letter on file of from Alderman Wagensbach of no objection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chairman, if I could comment, if you want me to.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thanks. I think some of this stems from our original reconfiguration of the intersection almost 10 years ago, or a little over 10, I think. And there's been a lot of shifting here of within the PD, but I think it's best described by non-attorneys as a cleanup amendment, and probably the easiest way to go about it. So I would just, we work very closely with each of the property owners and the attorneys, and I do support this amendment, and I would just ask for the favorable vote of the committee so we can move it forward to the zoning committee, and then you know, continue to work on any issues that arise here in the future. But I appreciate the time and effort of DPD on this item as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. So we do have 2 votes on these 2 items. So since I'm not seeing any more hands raised, we're going to go ahead with the first motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Waterway Business Plan Development number 1222 submitted by Delta Real Estate Holdings LLC for the property generally located at 2501 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Tunney.
Motion by Commissioner Tunney. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Stepped away. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
Motion,
sorry, you should recuse on this.
okay, so recusal from Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Yes.
Okay, no worries.
And the second motion.
Okay. So motion passes and we will go on to the second motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to business plan development number 1238 submitted by Tennis Corporation of America, DBA Midtown Athletic Club for the property generally located at 2416-2520 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move Biagi.
Motion by Commissioner Biagi. Do I have a second one?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Escareño. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Barnett is yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And I have a recusal for Commissioner Wagensbeck.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed industrial corridor map amendment located within the Quincy Industrial Corridor submitted by Ephemeral Solutions, Inc. for the property generally located at 1356-1366 West Lake Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from M2-3 to a DS-3 to allow for the operation of a tattoo studio in the existing building. This is in the 27th Ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon. My name is Max Lyon with the Department of Planning and Development, and I'm the lead planner for this proposal. I'm joined today by representatives of the project team who are seeking a review for an industrial corridor map amendment at 1356 West Lake Street. The applicant, Ephemeral Incorporated, proposes a zoning change at the property, converting it from an M2-3 light industry district to a DS-3 downtown service district. This change would allow body art services as a permitted use, enabling the existing commercial space to operate as a tattoo studio. No structural or exterior work is being proposed as part of this zoning change, and the existing structure, parking, and FAR will remain unchanged. The subject site is generally located at 1356 West Lake Street between Ada and Ogden. This site is also a part of the Quincy Industrial Corridor, which triggers a review by the Plan Commission pursuant to Section 17-13-0400, which governs zoning changes within industrial corridors. Adjacent and nearby properties are currently zoned with other light industry, commercial, and downtown districts. The property lies within the near west side community area, which carries a population of almost 68,000 as of 2020. Of that population, the prevailing age demographic consists primarily of 20 to 34-year-olds, which comprise over 40% of the population in the neighborhood. Employment in the near west side includes healthcare, professional, and administration as its top industries. Together, these sectors represent almost 60,000 jobs in the community. With that, I will turn the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you very much. This is Jordan Matches for Ephemeral, Commissioner and Alderman Burnett. I appreciate all your help and support on this. Just to make clear again, there are no exterior changes. This is simply to allow them to start their business as a tattoo parlor. Just a little context, they are a company that works on made to fade. So their tattoos actually disappear in 9 to 15 months. It's still a painful process, but they do disappear after about 15 months. Also, just to address any concerns, there are no walk-ins allowed, only appointments. So as you can see, this is the facade. Again, there will be no work to the outside. Next slide. Here you can see the location. Again, no changes to the exterior. There's ongoing construction just to the east, but there will be no changes to the building that they will occupy. Next slide. Here's a view of the parking spaces. And again, no changes even to the rear of the building. Next slide. Here you can see it's a one-story masonry building. It's consistent. It's been in existence for many years, and it's consistent with its neighboring building. Next slide. Within this space, you can see that they are going to have 9 booths in the commercial space area, and then a small area in the back for staff. Next slide. We have been meeting with the neighbors. We have met with the alderman and really received no objections or questions at all. So we've appreciated the support of the community and no concerns at all. Next slide. As part of this, there will be 8 to 12 full-time jobs. This is the Ephemeral team is a Black-founded venture-backed company. They are very focused on hiring African-American artists and as well as women. I'm joined today, by the way, by Bob Heinrich from Ravetna Architects, which is an MBE firm. They have not yet picked the GC, but they intend to utilize as large an MBE effort as possible in the construction, which again is just interior. Next slide.
All right, so the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed industrial corridor map amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed zoning of DS-3 allows for the operation of a tattoo studio, which is compatible with the existing zoning of that area. The proposal maintains an economically beneficial development pattern within the industrial corridor, and the proposed change is consistent with other use types, building scale, and character that are already present in the area. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator for the Department of Planning and Development that this application for the rezoning be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Please refer to my staff report for more details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Okay, not seeing any hands raised. Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement on this item?
Sure. So they met with all the community organizations. No one has a problem with it. I support it. It's not a big deal. And I have to recuse myself from voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you. If I'm not seeing any more hands raised, do I have a motion on a proposed industrial corridor map amendment located within the Quincy Industrial Corridor submitted by Ephemeral Solutions, Inc. for the property generally located at 1356-1366 West Lake Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved, Novara.
Thank you, Commissioner Novara. Do I have a second?
Commissioner Wagasback.
Thank you. A roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. And I have a recusal for Alderman Burnett. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. Okay. Commissioner Navarra.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, the next item on the agenda is D5. A proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the Chicago Park District for the property generally located at 1987 East Haynes Drive. The property is zoned POS-1 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a new baseball field and renovate two existing baseball diamonds north of Hayes Drive. The renovation involves replacement of the existing infields, installation of new player benches and pathways, and general ADA improvements. And this is in the 5th Ward. Justin Peterson will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman, members of the commission. My name again is Justin Peterson. I'm a city planner in the Southeast region with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm here to introduce a proposed lakefront protection ordinance item in Jackson Park in the 5th Ward as represented by Alderwoman Leslie Hairston. The applicant, the Chicago Park District, is requesting approval of the lakefront protection ordinance to renovate two existing baseball diamonds and install a third diamond on an existing athletic field in Jackson Park. Heather Gleason of the Chicago Park District is here with me today as well to present the project. The proposed diamonds are located in historic Jackson Park, which is, as many know, the site of the 1893 World's Fair. Jackson Park is part of the Woodlawn community. Woodlawn is a predominantly African-American neighborhood that was first developed in parallel with the World's Fair. At just over 24,000 people, the neighborhood's population is now less than a third of its mid-century peak. But after decades of depopulation and disinvestment, the neighborhood's seen increasing development interest following the planning and now construction of the Obama Presidential Center. The renovated diamonds are part of the 2018 Lakefront South Lakefront Framework Plan and a vital step in restoring and improving one of the city's most historic parks and vital open spaces and recreation areas for the community. As this slide indicates, the baseball diamond site is located at the center of Jackson Park. It's just east of the Presidential Center's construction site and the new track and field facility, and south of the historic Wooded Island and Jackson Park Lagoon, west of the 63rd Street beach and north of Hayes Drive and the municipal golf course. 63rd Street, which is a major historic commercial corridor, turns into Hayes Drive as it enters Jackson Park, and further west on 63rd Street is the location of the Department of Planning and Development's RFQ for multifamily housing. This slide shows a zoomed in aerial of the area around the park and indicates again where the baseball diamond renovation will take place. And again, the renovation of the athletic field where the third diamond will be constructed. And again, the proximity to the Obama Presidential Center. And this is a recent image of the progress of the Obama Presidential Center construction, and the existing baseball diamonds are located to the upper left of the slide. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Heather Gleason with the Chicago Park District to present the project itself.
Terrific. Thank you, Justin. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Heather Gleason, Director of Planning and Construction for the Chicago Park District. So this image, as Justin was explaining, just shows the limits of our work within Jackson Park. These baseball fields are located just north of Hayes Drive. We go to the next slide. And this slide just shows the existing zoning. So the park is currently zoned POS 1. We are not proposing any changes to the Parks and Open Space District. Next slide, there we go. The next couple of slides just show you some of the pedestrian context and sort of what we're trying to accomplish here. So this slide shows our existing junior size ball field. Obviously, you can see the conditions of the benches there. We are very excited to replace those and to upgrade the existing senior ball field that you see on the right image as well. Next slide. And then we also have another shot of the junior diamond, as well as on the right, the location of where we're proposing to put in a brand new senior baseball diamond. Next slide. And just a few more pictures of the area itself. So this is where the new baseball field would go, but we will retain, you can see soccer goals in these images. We will retain space so that multi-field play on soccer games and lacrosse games, whatever the community wants to use them for, will remain as part of our proposal. Next slide. So one of the things that we're really excited about is to implement the framework plan that we spent 2017 and 2018 working through with the community. So it took about 10 months and more than 13 public meetings. We had 2,300 participants during our framework plan process. And this new baseball field complex was called for in the plan and had the support of the community at the time that we passed the framework plan. So we can add the next slide. And it's a little hard to see, but recommendation 11 there on this page, which shows you a little bit of a zoomed in area of the baseball diamonds, calls for us to create this baseball and softball field complex in the meadow near Hayes Drive, so that multiple teams, whether they're school groups or other community groups, can play and practice at the same time without overlapping in play. And so that's the goal of this renovation plan. Go to the next slide. Just to explain our public outreach process a little bit more detail, in addition to the support that we received during the 10-month framework plan process, we also worked with Alderwoman Hairston's office to present to her community really early on in the design process when we started back in November of 2021. So we went to her community meetings, and then we also continued our outreach with members of the Jackson Park Advisory Council throughout 2022, as well as reaching out to the baseball leagues and groups that use this space now, who have provided us feedback on the design. Go to the next slide. So this is just the existing conditions as they exist today. It's a little hard to see, but right now we have a junior baseball diamond in the left image on the screen there, and a little bit further to the east is the senior ball diamond. So both of those will also be renovated and upgraded as part of this work. And this image shows you where we're putting in this new natural turf baseball field. It will be a senior baseball diamond, so it will accommodate lots of different play. And then as well, we'll be renovating the two that exist now. As well, we are also going to add a pathway that you can see there on the east side that will better connect the fields, the senior diamond, and there's actually quite a bit of parking to the east there that will allow people to have easy access and ADA access to the baseball diamonds. And just to go over community benefits really briefly, so our new baseball field will comply with all of the City of Chicago stormwater management guidelines. So we will definitely be improving water retention on the site. We will also follow the Chicago Park District's MBE and WBE requirement, which is 25 MBE and 5% WBE. The project right now exceeds that requirement. We are at 30.6% for minority business owned enterprises and 54% women owned business enterprises on this project. And then I believe I turn it over to Justin from here to give the recommendations.
Thank you, Heather. Again, for the record, my name is Justin Peterson with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that it is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan and of Chicago and the Lake Michigan, Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. It has been concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. Policy number 2, the proposal will maintain and enhance the character of the lakeshore parks by providing landscape improvements to this area. Policy number 4, the proposal will preserve the natural, historic, and recreational heritage of the lakefront park system by enhancing existing athletic fields. Policy number 8, the proposal will increase the public safety by activating an underutilized stretch of Jackson Park with new ADA pathways. Policy number 10, the proposal promotes a harmonious relationship between the lakeshore parks and the community edge by framing a gateway and enhancing this corner of the park. And policy number 11, the proposal will improve access to the park with new ADA accessible paths. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance be approved, subject to compliance with plans and presented to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Okay, not seeing any hands go up. I believe for the record, we do have an aldermanic letter of support for this item. Correct, okay. Great, thank you. So if there are no questions or comments, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the Chicago Park District for the property generally located at 1987 East Hayes Drive, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Moved by
Commissioner-
Commissioner Barclay.
Seconded.
Moved by Commissioner Wagensbeck. Was that the first motion?
Yes.
Okay, great. And do I have a second motion?
Second, Commissioner Tillman.
I have a second by Commissioner Tillman. Thank you. We will roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett. Stepped away.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. And I do have a recusal for Commissioner Escareño. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbeck.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is D6. A proposed residential business plan development submitted by Hudson Michigan Avenue owner LLC for the property generally located at 2222 South Michigan Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from DS-3 to DS-5 to a unified DX-7-5. Then to a residential business plan development, the applicant proposes to renovate the existing 3-story building, construct a 1-story rooftop addition for a maximum building height of 62 feet 4 inches to contain retail, commercial, restaurant, rooftop, patio, lodging, and entertainment uses, 38 residential units, and incidental and accessory uses. The project will provide a 1 loading berth and 38 bicycle parking spaces. The maximum FAR of the planned development will be 5.0, and this is in the 3rd ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. As you stated, first of all, for the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. And as you indicated, the applicant proposes to rezone the site that is generally located at 2222 South Michigan Avenue from DS3 and DS5, those are downtown service districts, to a unified DX5 downtown mixed-use district. Prior to establishing a planned development, then they will renovate an existing 3-story building and construct a 1-story rooftop addition for a maximum building height of 62 feet 4 inches. This building will then include retail, commercial, restaurant, rooftop patio, lodging with 18 hotel keys, entertainment uses, and 38 residential units, which will function as co-living units. This will also include incidental and accessory uses. The maximum FAR for the entirety of the planned development is 5.0. The subject site is a transit served location. It's located on the near south side, in the near south side community area of the 3rd ward. Predominant land uses in this location include residential, tourism, hospitality, cultural, and open space. The McCormick Place Convention Center is located just east of the site. And currently, the site is occupied by a vacant building, which has been classified as a contributing building in the Motor Row Landmark District. The proposed project seeks to preserve the landmark structure and reactivate it with commercial uses that will be centered along the Michigan Avenue frontage, while the residential uses will be lining or fronting the Wabash Avenue elevation of the property. The rehabilitation project has been reviewed by the Commission on Chicago Landmarks and was approved on November 3rd. According to CMAP data from 2020, the population of this community area has increased by 200% over the past 2 decades, with nearly 90% of the households consisting of 1 or 2 persons. Goals for the area identified in the Central Area Action Plan of 2009 include continuing the development of the area as a mixed-use urban neighborhood that will contain a blend of residential, retail, commercial, recreational, and institutional uses. And second, to encourage the development of the Motor Road Landmark District as a distinctive retail and entertainment district. This proposal before you supports these goals, and as previously mentioned, to be compatible with the neighboring land uses, the project proposes to situate all commercial and retail uses on South Michigan Avenue, while residential uses will be located on South Wabash Avenue. Further, as the team will discuss, these uses will be physically separated in the interior of the building. The site is a rectangular site that's located mid-block on the west side of Michigan Avenue, as you can see in this aerial view. It is not served by a public alley because the building is a through block building, which fronts on Michigan and runs all the way back to the Wabash frontage. These are current views of the building. These views along Michigan, which are starting with view 6 and working backward to include view 5 and view 7 and 8, show the historic building. It's a terracotta clad building, which is currently covered in protective screening. The additional views, and I would direct your attention to view 2 at the top center of the slide before you, is a view of the South Wabash elevation, which shows the building is currently boarded up. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katie Janke-Dale, who represents the applicant for this development team.
Thank you, Heidi. For the record, my name is Katie Janke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent the applicant for this matter. I'm joined today by Tibor Kellerman, Israel Donajay, and Robert Sabash from the applicant, as well as Mike Brekla and Brian Dove from Fitzgerald Associates, the project architects. As you heard during the public comment, this applicant has been working with the Near South Planning Board for a number of years, dating back even pre-COVID, and have enjoyed a very collaborative relationship with them. And as part of that kind of listening and collaboration, we incorporated into the plan the changes shown on the screen, including having restaurants open for public use, limiting that residential access to Wabash, which Bonnie, I know, had mentioned. And then as staff mentioned, we received an enthusiastic positive recommendation from the Landmarks Commission 2 weeks ago. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mike to run through the plans quickly. Mike.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm Mike Brekla. I'm a principal with Fitzgerald Architects in Chicago. My colleague Brian Dove is also on the call. So just the first view is just without the blue tarp on it, the complete restoration of the terracotta replacement of windows to meet all of the criteria of landmarks, both at the local and state level. If you can go to the next slide. On Wabash Avenue, which will be the residential entry, we're using all of the existing openings that are defined in it. We are locating a single loading dock berth in one of the openings. The other entrance openings will be used for residential entries and windows and life safety exit paths. You can see, and I'll go to the next slide, that'd be fine. Aerial view of the rooftop at the Michigan Avenue side. The primary addition is set back close to 90 feet from Michigan Avenue to conceal its view. And on top of the third floor becomes a pool amenity that'll can be used both by the residents and by entertainment functions in the building. Next. From Wabash Avenue, the building is set back at least 30 feet. We're maintaining the historic chimney of the building. This area is an area where residents of the building can use it. And again, the residential entry is on Wabash. Next. Just a quick summary of the building, 38 units, 8 of which are affordable. It's co-living occupancy, which we'll show below. A maximum FAR of 5.0. Next. This is a site plan, which also shows the ground floor plan. Again, it's a through building, party walls on both sides, essentially. If you go to the next slide, a larger view of the ground floor. The Michigan Avenue face, it's a historic, the dealership room of the building is being restored and being reused as a restaurant space. There's some exit paths that continue through there. Behind that, in the body of the building, is intended to be an event space for multiple functions. And then on Wabash are both utilities and the residential entrance. There is a small basement of the building that is going to be repurposed as a speakeasy. So that is shown on the left-hand side. Next slide. There is an existing small mezzanine that overlooks what was the dealership hall that will be reused as part of the event space and the restaurant space as well. Next. And then on floors 2 and 3 will be co-living spaces, and you can see to the right-hand side is amenity space and hotel rooms facing Michigan Avenue. There'll be a segregated separation between the uses at the elevators. So only in the event of emergency would someone need to have access between the two, but there's no access between residential and hotel uses. You can see that the unit mix is co-living, so they're primarily 4-bedroom units with 3 or 4 baths and residential units facing Wabash. You note at the top note that there is a portion of the building in the middle of the site that is demolished to allow for windows on that area for units. There's an existing terrace on the south side of the building. So we're basically making the building kind of symmetrical in the middle of in the buried portion of the building. Next slide. And then the roof deck. We mimic the floor plan of the units below. There will be some support spaces for the rooftop pool, but otherwise that's residential to the west of that. And then, as you saw in the rendering, a setback area for outdoor residential area. Next slide. And then just some more detailed thing. We're almost identical in every way to the historic facade. We're adding one exit door to provide exit path from the building to meet current life safety codes, but otherwise the facade is being restored to an exact specification. Next. From the side views, you see that the interior of the building, where this is the north elevation, where we are revealing the building and then incorporating new windows into basically boarded up or blocked in openings for those areas. Next, the Wabash Avenue elevation, again, using all of the existing openings and then restoring sills and so forth for the new occupancy. And next. And then on the existing south elevation, this is where the existing setback remains. And again, like the north elevation, these are windows into the residential units and the rooftop addition. And next. Then we are meeting the sustainability ordinance. This is a substantial renovation project. So we'll be pursuing the criteria that get to us to the 50 points required for that. And I think that may be it for me.
Thanks, Mike. Again, for the record, Katie Jinky Dale from DLA Piper. This project is an estimated project cost of about $62.5 million and is expected to create 150 permanent and temporary jobs. The developer has worked with Alderman's office very closely and is committed to pursuing the mayoral executive order 26 and 6 M&WB goals. And then as Mike noted on the earlier slide, we are doing 20% affordable on site. With that, we thank you for your time and consideration, as well as the Department of Planning, Housing, and CDOT for working with us on this project. And we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by this applicant and has concluded that the proposed residential business plan development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. And the project will be adequately served by the existing public infrastructure facilities. Additionally, the project is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for a residential business plan development be approved, and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Commissioner Tunney, would you like to make a comment? I know he's multitasking, so I'll give him a minute.
Okay, I'm back. A few questions. Number one, doesn't seem like there's any automobile parking with all these varied uses. It's
correct.
And I'll finish the questions and whatever. Okay. And then the 18 hotel keys, who is going to be managing 18 hotel rooms? That's quite a small endeavor. And then thirdly, is the brick tower essential, or is that part of the historic part that needs to be kept? Because does it have any functionality is probably the question. So those are my questions.
Great. I can jump in there. So you're correct. There is no auto parking as both a contributing building in the landmark district as well as a transit served location. There's no parking requirement. And as you'll see, the building takes up the entire site. So there's not really an opportunity to do both, but we're confident, given again proximity to transit, primarily, that we won't have a parking demand given the uses. And then I think I will have Mike jump in on and answer the question about the brick tower, and then either Tibor or Israel answer the question about hotel management right after that. Mike?
Sure, thanks, Katie. Yes, the tower, it's not functional, but it's considered a contributing to the historic character of the building, and it's will be maintained, and it becomes an icon for that side of the building a bit too. But it's structurally sound, and it will be maintained as a structurally sound element.
And as far as the 18 keys for the hotel, yes, it's relatively small. We have an amazing management company, Common Living. They manage actually a number of co-living spaces in the city, and they will be managing those keys for us as a part of the management for the 38 residential units.
Okay, so my comments in general, these are very large co-living spaces with no parking. That's a challenge. I know brick towers, it's the first time I've heard that they become a critical part of a landmark ordinance. They're so, I think it's kind of it's something you could still maintain the integrity. And this tower, if you spend a lot of money on it, making it kind of a a unique identifier. That's one thing, but you know, I've seen where many of these things, you know, are taken down because they're just a waste of money. And this event, you know, the event space, restaurant and such is exciting. I just don't think the hotel part of it is economically feasible. But that's just because my background is hotels. It's a handsome building. These are the challenges that I think probably you've addressed with our alderwoman, Pat Dow. But those are my, I certainly will be in support of it, but those are my questions and they've been answered to the best of your ability. So I appreciate that.
Thank
And
you.
Alderman Tenney, if I could just add that the Motor Road Landmark District, excuse me, identifies historic elevations, including the elevations visible from the public rights of way, as well as roof lines. So that chimney, by virtue of the fact that it is a part of the roof line, is deemed to be a significant feature in this district. It would be sort of akin to, you'll recall the historic water tanks effort that we have to preserve those structures. Same sort of situation applies. Therefore, it's the landmark designation that's really controlling that requirement to retain that structure.
This is not the landmark. It's not the landmark commission, so I'm just gonna put my 2 cents in and know how expensive these things are to maintain.
Thank you, Commissioner Tenney. Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate the 8 affordable units being located on site, and then that the incomes as an average are 60%, which tells me that some units are 80% AMI, but others are below 60% AMI. So I truly appreciate that in that key location and so close to public transportation. I'm not too familiar, this is on me, in terms of the co-living spaces. So is there a floor plan that you can share so I can understand better how these units, the affordable, in particular, the affordable housing units are going to look like?
I don't believe we have a floor plan or a layout. I mean, it'll look mostly like 4-bedroom residential units, and they've been designed as such by, as far as building code requirements. But 4 bedrooms and either 3 or 4 baths. But unfortunately, we don't have layouts in this deck, I don't believe. But those will be developed.
So the target population for these units are going to be students, young professionals. They're going to share these accommodations.
Yeah, Israel, do you want to take yourself off mute and talk about the demographics you guys envision here?
Yeah, I think, you know, the traditional co-living units are definitely geared more towards students. You know, here we're looking more of a premium product. So yes, young professionals, young folks that are upwardly mobile, and really anyone in the community that's looking for a turnkey, all-inclusive living experience in the heart of the city, right on Motor Row. That would be our target, you know, for this experience.
I appreciate the interesting mixing of the uses and the individuals that are going to live there, and also the individuals that are going to take advantage of the restaurants. You know, restaurants, swimming pool, hotel, housing. Interesting concept, but I truly appreciate the 8 affordable units on site.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. I'm not seeing any more hands go up. I believe Alderman Dowell is here to make a statement.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Flores, and the rest of the members of the Plan Commission. I am very excited about this development. As Commissioner Reyes has stated, it's an interesting concept that I'm sure will work here. We do have a co-living project in close proximity to this one. There are other hotels near or this small hotel, or at least 4, which depends heavily on the McCormick Place traffic and tourism that happens in that area. I mean, just yesterday, I was down at Fat Paws, and the area was bustling with people from North Dakota who were here for a conference. I want to say this is one of the more iconic buildings on historic Motor Row, and so I'm glad that this building is going to be repurposed. I would also want to address Alderman Tunney's point about parking. I want to remind him that we're close to the 22nd Green Line station, and also the McCormick Place parking lot, which is used by many restaurants, Wintrust Arena, the hotels, for events that they have. So that's a resource will be for this building as well. I want to thank the Near South Planning Board for their attention to this project. It has been a long time getting to this point. I'm so glad that we are. And to thank the Department of Planning and Development for their thoughtful input into this project. And to thank Israel Adonijah and the other members of the team for making an investment here in Motor Row. We appreciate that and look forward to approval by this body. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Dowell. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Not seeing any hands go up. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by Hudson Michigan Avenue Owner LLC for the property generally located at 2222 South Michigan Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Moved by Commissioner Barclay.
Thank you, Commissioner Barclay. Do I have a second motion?
Second.
Was that second by Biaggi? Can I get a second motion?
Second. Biaggi?
Yes, Biaggi. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'll roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
That's a recusal, Chairman.
Recusal. Okay, I have Commissioner Lyons as a recusal. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Navarra?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item D7. A proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant, the Community Builders, Inc., for the property generally located at 4651-4719 Northwestern Avenue, 2320-2332 West Leland Avenue, and 2323-2333 West Leland Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from B3-2 Community Shopping District to a B3-3 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant seeks to rezone the property to construct a new 6-story, 63 affordable dwelling unit building with 36 parking spaces and ground floor commercial space along Northwestern Avenue and West Leland Avenue. And this is in the 47th Ward. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you very much. Good morning. For one more minute, for the record, my name is Catherine Hurd with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, the Community Builders, Inc., is here today to request a new plan development for the property generally located at 4715 Northwestern Avenue, which is located at the corner of Leland and Western Avenues in the heart of Lincoln Square, directly across from the Western Brown Line Station. The applicant seeks to rezone the property from B32 Community Shopping District to B33 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development in a transit served location to construct a new 6-story, 63 affordable dwelling unit building with 36 parking spaces and ground floor commercial space along Northwestern Avenue and West Leland Avenue. The site is located in the North region. In the Lincoln Square community area, the demographics tend to be whiter, higher income, and with a higher educational attainment than the city and region as a whole, and increasingly so. There is a rich multicultural history for this neighborhood, and remnants of that remain today. The neighborhood grew up around transit, first the electric streetcars and later the elevated train lines in the early 1900s. Today, as was mentioned in some of the public comment earlier, there are major concerns in this area for decreasing housing affordability and the need to support the small business community. The proposed project is located at the corner of Western and Leland Avenues, directly across from the Western Brown Line CTA station and Public Plaza. The solid line shows the portion that will include the proposed building, and the dashed line show the portions of the proposed plan development that will remain public space. This will be explained further. This is a transit served location and also an identified opportunity site within a proposed neighborhood center in the Western Avenue corridor study, which will be the item directly after this one in the agenda today. Now I would like to pass it off to Mariah DeGrino from DLA Piper to introduce the team and go over the details of the proposed project.
Thank you, Catherine. As Catherine noted, my name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper. My partner, Paul Shadle, and I represent the applicant in the matter, the Community Builders. I'm joined by Will Woodley from the Community Builders, Gabi Jakovich from Design Bridge, the project architect, and Sarah Disney Hoffey from Sam Schwartz Engineering, the traffic consultant. Before I turn it over to Will to talk about the plans, if you could advance to the next slide, please. Just covering a few technical matters. So as Catherine noted, the overall plan development boundaries consist of the sites that you see outlined in red, both the solid line as well as the dashed line. The project site itself is contained within the solid red lines. The reason for including the additional spaces is due to a quirk of the city's right-of-way maps and the layout of Leland. When the project was in the development design stages, it was discovered that the project, the city's lot boundaries did not correspond to the city's right-of-way maps. And so in order to maintain the existing right-of-way configuration of Leland Avenue without jeopardizing the project itself, it was determined necessary to include the additional parcels. So advance to the next slide, please. So the lighter the areas that are in lighter yellow are existing public spaces owned by the City of Chicago. They will remain owned by the City of Chicago. They will not be built upon by TCB, the applicant here. They are within the existing right-of-way for Leland Avenue and will remain as such. The area on the south side of Leland is a public plaza that will remain owned by the city and will remain a public pedestrian plaza. At this point, I will turn it over to Will Woodley to talk about the project itself.
Thanks, Mariah. Again, I'm Will Woodley. I lead development for the Community Builders Midwest region. Just really quickly, the Community Builders, we are a mission-driven nonprofit real estate developer, manager, and owner. Our mission is to help build and sustain strong communities where all people can thrive. We are a national organization. We've been working in Chicago communities for over 20 years, and I've been at the Community Builders in Chicago for 17 of those years. Thank you to the commission for your time and consideration today. And thank you to the Department of Planning and Development, the Department of Housing, Alderman Martin and Alderman Vasquez for their focus on this development effort. 4715 Northwestern is an exceptional location. It is located in the heart of Lincoln Square, a neighborhood rightfully beloved for its small business district along Lincoln Avenue. Next slide, please. That portion of Lincoln Avenue is half a block away from the site, and the small businesses actually continued off of Lincoln onto Leland Avenue right up to the project site. The site is also across the street from the Western CTA Brown Line station. Next slide, please. And the site is on the corner of Western and Leland, with Western, of course, being one of Chicago's major north-south arterials. And so this confluence of all these attributes, important ones, creates the opportunity for an exceptional mixed-use gateway development that creates a better experience for pedestrians, complements small businesses, improves density near transit, and improves affordability in the community. We realized this was an exceptional opportunity in 2019 and began reaching out to stakeholders and analyzing the site. And the stakeholder engagement process has been very robust. Next slide, please. Nearly 1,000 people participated in one of 4 public meetings. The aldermanic offices led a survey on the site with over 400 responses. Over the years, I've met with resident groups, businesses, and the Chamber of Commerce, as well as other stakeholders. Next slide, please. And in addition to engagement with stakeholders, there have been terrific guidelines, plans, documents that have also influenced our approach. Back in 2019, when we first started looking at the site, that's also when the Lincoln Square Master Plan was created by the Chamber of Commerce, and that helped to inform our initial development concepts. Next slide, please. Over the last couple of years, the design has also been greatly influenced by plans, including the Leland Greenway plan to particularly support bikers and pedestrians. Also planned improvements to the CTA station area. Next slide, please. Other, the DPD's 2022 neighborhood design guidelines. Also something that's significantly impacting our approach, as well as, next slide, the Western Avenue corridor study. So there's a lot going on at this site, all good things. They all led to the proposed strategy for the site, the building of affordable housing, the shape, the setbacks, the materials, the commercial uses, the parking strategy, the streetscape improvements. We're a combination of stakeholder engagement, as well as promoting and delivering on the goals of the related plans. And we haven't talked about it yet, but the ETOD ordinance. And whenever possible, adhering to all the different guidelines. Next slide, please. As we've worked through all of this, it did become clear that there was very strong consensus that all the plans and the overwhelming majority of stakeholders called for and supported mixed-use community gateway development that improves the area for pedestrians, complements and supports the small businesses, and provides apartments that are affordable to a range of incomes. With this massing, you start to get a sense of the important role the building can play at the intersection and how it is a gateway development on Western and then along Leland. And you can start to see how the different setbacks provide more height along Western, but steps down along Leland to meet the businesses, the smaller businesses on Leland and Lincoln Avenue. Next slide, please. On the top elevation, the elevation along Western, you can see the use of masonry, the activation of the ground floor with commercial, the step back and outdoor space along Leland. There's additional renderings will help probably show this a little bit better. But we are really trying to activate Western and Leland. It is important to note further down Western, we did locate the entry to the second floor parking. We certainly assessed moving the entry to the alley, but the triangular shape of the site caused all sorts of problems along with other factors. We are continuing to use the existing curb cut location on Western. And it's worth noting that we did eliminate the curb cut that's currently existing on Leland. So on the bottom elevation along Leland, you can hopefully see how commercial development along Leland connects to existing small businesses. I mentioned we eliminated the curb cut there. And you'll see in some renderings, you'll get sort of a sense of how the shifts in the building setbacks really hopefully connect to the different buildings in the area. Next slide. On this slide, you can see the mix of uses, ground floor commercial, parking on the second level, residential on floors 3 through 6. Next slide, please. On the site plan, you can see the commercial, hopefully at the Western and Leland, running along both corridors with outdoor seating along Leland. It might not be as obvious, but along Leland, we pushed back the building in order to create wider sidewalks there, which is definitely needed. We also proposed improved landscaping on Leland and Western. And you can see the residential entry along Western leading not only to entry, but our property management offices, as well as residential bike parking. Next slide. On this slide, this slide is a parking deck that has ingress and egress on both Western and Leland. Next slide. You can see we have a mix of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, along with a resident lounge and terrace on the 5th floor that we believe will be a great amenity. Next slide. On this slide, and then actually the next slide might even be better. Next slide, yep. Starts to show how the development functions as a gateway development. Next slide. And then this hopefully shows how that gateway entry really works along Leland. Next slide. While also significantly improving Western. Next slide. And then this is the view south, looking south down Western. As mentioned, we did keep the existing parking curb cut here, but again, not without a lot of analysis and consideration. Next slide. And the traffic analysis performed by Sam Schwartz found no meaningful impact due to vehicular traffic. Also found that the development improves the pedestrian environment. Next slide. We will meet the Chicago Sustainability Development Policy, including we will achieve Enterprise Green Community certification. Next slide. We will comply with the Stormwater Management Ordinance. Next slide. All the apartments are affordable at various incomes from 80% AMI, 80% of area median income, 60% of area median income, and 30%. But we certainly advanced the goals of the AOR. Next slide. And then hopefully it's clear that there are a number of community benefits: the affordable housing, improved pedestrian experience, parking preserved for adjacent small businesses, and ground floor space that helps to activate the ground floor. Thank you.
So again, for the record, Catherine Hurd from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate because it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context and zoning. The proposal will bring much needed affordable housing as well as new ground floor retail spaces along Western and Leland to help activate the pedestrian connection between the thriving commercial district along Lincoln and the activity on Western and the neighborhoods west of Western. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to create a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about this. What is the total project cost? And did we not approve earlier the disposition of this property earlier for the land? Because this was a city land, a city parking lot, right, run by LAZ. Mhm.
Alderman, Commissioners, no, we did in the omnibus section, we did approve the land.
I can't hear you, Noah.
Sorry, in the omnibus section, we did approve the land sale.
And that was today, Noah?
That's correct, yes.
So again, let's start with the land. The land was given away or for nominal amount, was it not?
The land was donated because it is 100% affordable housing use.
Okay, so that was the zero cost on the land. So what is the total project cost?
It's estimated at approximately $30 million.
So I always do the math, 30 divided by number of units, even with the land written off, is approximately what? I know we have retail too, but that's. We don't need to do the math, we can figure it out. Obviously, there was some pushback from the chamber. I know I'm a neighboring alderman on this issue. And so for the record, how do we come up with the mix of commercial and residential parking? And or the compromise. So.
Yeah, Alderman, I'd be happy to speak to that unless, Will, you would like to start.
No, please, Commissioner, but I'm happy to join in it whenever helpful.
So, Alderman, in typically at a location that's next door to a transit station, we are looking at parking levels that might be in the 20% range. That's what we did, for instance, with the Lucy Gonzalez Parsons Apartments in Logan Square. In this instance, we, as you recognize, we had a robust discussion about what the appropriate use of dollars for what would be essentially a public parking garage in addition to parking units for the affordable units in the building. And we ended up on a compromise that was an equal amount for both and that held to our general standards for residential parking next to a transit station. So that's 18 spots, 18 parking spots for residents and 18 spots for visiting shoppers.
Okay, so on that thought, and it's not a zoning issue, but we have to compensate for this loss of revenue on this surface parking lot. How was that negotiated? Because I'm sure LAZ is very aggressive about getting whatever dollars they can from their stuff. So it's not something for zoning, but I'm intrigued by it because obviously spent a lot of time with LAZ and, you know, the opportunity cost of them not running this surface parking lot. My next question is, since we are combining the or the PD also includes the CTA public space can we zoom in on what that looks like right now? Somewhere in the presentation. I saw some with about 4 trees on it, mostly concrete.
I'm pulling it up. Hang on. The site plan?
I just want to know what it looks like. I
Oh,
know
the
you showed a
existing-
picture of the
Okay.
existing public space that's part of this PD now. Or maybe it always has been, I don't know.
Does that help?
So let's zoom in on, do we have a photograph of the CTA portion
It's
on
part-
the, I don't know which side it is of
Okay,
Leland.
hang on. Yes.
And Alderman, while Catherine is doing that, so the CTA portion will remain under the control of CTA. It's going to remain as a plaza. And in the future, they're going to look to dedicate that as right of way. So PIN numbers associated with the plan of CTA will go away and the will go into
Okay, Noah's not coming in clearly for me. I don't know about the other commissioners.
Sorry, Alderman, is that better? A little louder?
Yeah.
Maybe put it closer to your mouth. Yeah.
It's going to be inside there in a second.
I know.
Alderman, so the CTA plaza is going to stay under the CTA's control and operate as a plaza. The PIN
It's not
numbers-
working, Noah. No, it's not working to my,
So Noah, try to plug the thing in more. Sometimes when it unplugs itself a little bit, it doesn't work. I can try, or Mariah. Mariah probably would be a better person to answer.
Sure. So, Commissioner Tunney, if I understand your question correctly, I mean, the existing condition, as he's noted, it's predominantly hardscape with some trees that are appearing. It's part of the overall plan development, but it is not part of the site that the applicant is acquiring or developing on. It is owned by the city of Chicago. It's part of CDOT's inventory. And will remain owned by the city of Chicago. And what Noah was trying to explain is that the plan development exhibits actually call out the ultimate fate for this is to become designated as part of the overall Leland Avenue right-of-way. So it sort of reinforces that public nature of the plaza itself and its continued use as a pedestrian public plaza.
okay. So wait a second. So why is it in the PD to begin with?
So it is in the PD because when the project was in the design phase, it was discovered by the city and the developer, the applicant, that the city's lots, the lot configuration that of the city's parcels did not conform to the actual platted right-of-way on the city's right-of-way maps. So in order to avoid having to either adjust the project itself or adjust the Leland Avenue right-of-way, it was determined necessary to include that area in the overall boundaries of the plan development.
Okay. So it increases the land of the PD, the square footage, which does affect the FAR and ability to add density onto the site. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so why isn't there some significant improvement as part of this development for enhancing the public plaza that doesn't look like, well, it certainly looks like it needs it, you know, and I know in the narrative, you were talking about some other enhancements, not adjacent to the building, but on this other piece that I think would be a community benefit to enrich it, public art, more landscaping, just make it look more welcoming. And that's kind of where I'm going with that, that question.
Commissioner Tunney, I think Commissioner Biaggi would like to answer that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So yes, so this is part of the Leland Greenway project. And so we'll be doing both, including the plaza in a design process, which we're just started. That also addresses the entire north or the south edge of Leland. So this will have an enhanced pedestrian bump out. It'll have two-way protected bike lane. It'll have a number of additional public way improvements for Crossing Western, but toward the plaza itself, that's also being incorporated into the Leland Greenway project. So we are taking that on.
Well, why are we taking it on? Why isn't there a development, the developer putting some money into this also? Because we are giving them, granted, it's all 100% affordable, but they're not in the business to lose money. But I just think that we should put a little bit more pressure on them being a contributing partner to the upgraded streetscape and or public art, because the city has lots of other things to do. And I think if we're giving them the additional zoning and density because of the enlarged PD, they should maintain some responsibility for both sides of Leland, is where I'm going with that.
You know, I will just add that we've definitely focused on a design that complements, connects, and expands upon these tremendous improvements that are planned for the area. So absolutely how the building's designed. And, you know, to be honest, it's not the most, if you were looking to make money, you would not design the building exactly this way. This would not be how you would maximize profit. But absolutely the building's designed to create a stronger community benefit, including a better gateway to connect to the Leland Gateway, to complement improvements coming to the CTA Plaza. And we're absolutely working to, you know, contribute to all of that. And, you know, the other thing I'll just mention is it's kind of spectacular that all of these improvements are being made to this area in Lincoln Square, one of the strongest neighborhoods and unfortunately gentrified neighborhoods in the city. But everybody's coming together to support affordable housing as part of the overall improvements. So we really are excited and appreciate being a part of this.
I don't disagree with, other than the fact that gentrification in my word is not the most evil word that seems to be continually talked about in the public arena. I think development without displacement, I think, you know, increasing the diversity is important, but in addition to your investment, you know, we need all sorts of investment. So I just feel that CTA is not a good steward of their public plazas. They don't have the money, they spend it on transportation. CDOT and the Greenway is going to be public dollars. I don't know much about it. Could be part of a TIF or whatever, but you guys are taking the land as part of the PD. I think you should step it up and be a financial contributor to the maintenance and redevelopment of this public plaza. And that's as much as I'm going to say about that. I don't have any other comments about it, but I know it was a lot of work with Alderman Martin and the team. And, obviously this is a really welcome addition, especially to the Western Avenue side. The bulk probably belongs on the western side. I just think that well, I've said enough. I think you have a bigger responsibility to be part of the public improvements. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney.
At some point, I don't know if it's now or at some point subsequently.
I think we're going to go ahead with the rest of the commissioners, and then we'll give you Alderman Martin and Alderman Vasquez a chance to speak. So I have Commissioner Brumfield next.
I'll make my comments brief because I know there's a number of people who want to make their comments. I do. It's good to see the community builders bring their product to this Northside neighborhood. They're a top-notch affordable housing developer. And I really appreciate the sensitivity to the building itself and how it actually steps down, particularly as it makes its way around the corner. And I do have faith that the public plaza is going to, evolve and be the space that we all want it to be for this important node. I do have a question, though, on the location of the parking entry and where it's located on Western. Was it ever explored possibly entering off of the alley? Just want to know what was driving that that the reasoning for the location of that entry front parking.
Yeah. It was very much explored, dissected, analyzed, turned over a number of times. The triangular shape, including that it's not very deep, it ended up being particularly one of the most problematic issues. Ironically, placing the entry on the alley was leading to the parking ramp as it curved around to create, depending on either way you went, like a brick wall condition on Leland or Western. And so that was one of the biggest issues. Another issue worth mentioning as we were kind of figuring out what the best approach was, is that in this specific situation, moving to the alley could actually perhaps lead to bigger issues with cars, bikers, and pedestrians conflicting with one another. Moving the parking entrance to the alley actually would mean directing all of the traffic to Leland, where we just talked about it, the city and the community are seeking to create the Leland Greenway for bikers and pedestrians. So potentially be inadvertently bringing cars and bikers together even more. I do want to press that we did not take the topic lightly. We absolutely support the goals and the guidelines of ETOD ordinance, the neighborhood design guidelines, and we seek to support and adhere to them whenever possible. And there has been a lot of back and forth on this and other kind of related topics, and it's good to be. We appreciate wrestling with those. It's the type of topics we should be focused on when we're trying to create neighborhoods, to create the neighborhoods that Chicago needs. I'll just end. We did keep the existing curb cut here, but we also did get rid of the one that's on Leland. But yeah, appreciate the question, and we certainly struggled with it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reyes, followed by Commissioner Novara.
Yeah, so as a developer of affordable housing, truly, I wish that we could, take some of the CTA responsibility, as Alderman Tani mentioned, but it is so incredibly difficult and complicated to put these projects together. And it's, as Will mentioned, you have to balance so many different requirements that the intention is a good intention in the sense that you want a beautiful building that is energy efficient and green and all of that. But at the end of the day, it's more expensive to build. And then, it is a beautiful building with beautiful 63 affordable housing units that are desperately needed in that community. And I have to say, I disagree a little bit with Alderman Tani because I feel the CTA will have to have the responsibility to welcome these new families that are coming to this area. This is very close to me because this is one of the key challenges. How do we balance the parking, the landscaping, CTA, all of this with a price per unit of $480,000 more or less? It's incredibly difficult. And it's the same for for-profits and non-for-profits, but clearly it's a more difficult balance for non-for-profit organizations. So I value the work that the community builders is doing in this area.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Novara.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I will be brief as well. I just want to acknowledge this project. This is probably one of the toughest, if not the toughest, that I've been involved in. But I think that as a city with such profound racial and economic segregation as Chicago, it was worth fighting for. It was worth figuring out. And I really want to recognize and commend Alderman Martin for sticking with this, and to everyone involved that, that we all stuck with the notion that a compromise was better than a surface parking lot next to a transit station in a high income area, bottom line. And that is what we have. We have a development that I think we can all be excited about, and that we're taking steps toward the kind of Chicago that we all want to create. So I just wanted to say that, and my thanks to all involved in getting us to this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Novara. Commissioner Lyons, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation and all the hard work that clearly went into this. And I just wanted to say it was really great to read through all the public comments, the supportive public comments from the neighborhood, from community residents. Just great to see it's clearly a reflection of the community process. You know, it was, I think, a really important part of the sort of the presentation too. So I just wanted to commend the support that you've clearly garnered from the community. And just a question on, it looked like you had named about 15 permanent jobs. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what kind of jobs those will be, as well as any plans on for the construction jobs that'll be created, community organizations or labor organizations that you're planning to work with.
Yeah. So the permanent jobs estimated were a function of, there will be a few property management jobs created with the development of the property, as well as we're anticipating the commercial tenant most likely would be probably a restaurant, which obviously can create, you know, it's 5,000 square foot space, so create a number of permanent jobs. In terms of construction jobs, you know, we've been working in Chicago for over 20 years now, and really, in addition to the work we do as developers and property owners, we realize there's a huge opportunity to help employ people, particularly people of color, with through the construction jobs. So we certainly will be working to exceed the city goals for MBE as well as WBE participation. Our goals are, in city goals are 26 and 6 respectively, and our goals are 30% and 10, and we typically exceed those. We work with groups throughout the city in terms of marketing the apartments, as well as also promoting the job opportunities. And in particular with this development being obviously in the north side, we actually do think it's important. Commissioner Novara kind of spoke to it a little bit, that we want to make sure that this is an opportunity that doesn't only support the Lincoln Square, but, you know, folks throughout Chicago.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I mean, I too will be brief, but I think I share Commissioner Novara's sentiment that this has been an incredibly complex project. I mean, I think it will make a very significant case study on how you balance a set of interests. You know, you have Lincoln Square, which is an extraordinarily successful shopping district, but also the need for affordable housing in an area that has gentrified, and, you know, to bring it forward with the level of community embrace that we heard today is highly unusual. And I'm sure that is a result of a lot of work on the part of the aldermen and the advocates for the project. And then, of course, that kind of increasing pedestrian future of Western Avenue that we're trying to engender with the corridor study. And I think that in many ways, it's like the classic win-win-win. Everyone had to compromise, but everyone in the end wins because the project is going to move forward. Compliments to Design Bridge, really difficult task. This could have been the definition of a Frankenstein. There were so many cooks in the kitchen. And instead, I think they have put together an incredibly contextually sensitive building. They very skillfully shift the focus onto Leland, connecting with the plaza. So again, my compliments for a really difficult design assignment. And then let's just lastly to Alderman Martin. Thank you for being tenacious. I mean, I think Commissioner Navarre and I, had to put in a lot of hours in front of your constituents to justify our concerns. But I think in the end, I think we all agree that it was well worth it. And so thank you for staying the course. And I look forward to voting on the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I wanted to go back first to Alderman Tunney's question about the meters. We go through this quite often whenever there's a lot that's taken out of, well, a single meter taken out of service. So I didn't hear an answer to how we compensate for those meters. Was there a specific answer from someone on that?
Everyone's really quiet.
So there's about, it looks like about 35 meters. And when you take a meter out of service, in the contract that the city signed for 75 years with the parking meter company, any meter that you take out of service has to be replaced. So how are we compensating for the loss of the meters?
It's probably a good question for the Department of Finance, but typically what we try to do working with finance is to find alternative locations for those meters, as you know, Alderman, but I'm sure we can, between all of us, get an answer from finance on what the position was here, unless DPD has an answer to that.
Well, typically it's up to the alderman to go find those spaces or the developer, but well, if we can get an answer, that'd be helpful. How much commercial space are we talking about here?
The ground floor commercial is 5,000 square feet, approximately.
5,000. Okay. And then what is the anticipated revenue from the commercial space?
We're estimating approximately $30 square foot triple net rent from the space.
Okay. And then that would basically go to fund the maintenance of the building, or?
Well, and debt. I mean, there have been a lot of moving parts, and in addition to all the important ones we're talking about here, the financing is challenging, and we are certainly seeking to leverage as much private debt as possible, literally as much as possible, from the commercial development as well.
Okay.
So it would certainly be to help with, we also do look at, having sufficient revenue, which is challenging when you kind of think about it, when you have intentionally restricted residential rents. You got to make sure that you have enough rent to sufficiently operate. At the same time, we look at that for the commercial, but I do just want to highlight that, in addition to operations, we are seeking to generate as much debt as we can with those rents. And obviously, it gets more and more challenging as interest rates are going up, but we're still doing that.
Okay. Is this are these affordable units in perpetuity, or what is the length of affordability?
I can speak to that a little bit, but obviously if Department of Housing Commissioner wants to join in, they're not into perpetuity, but they are certainly long-term per the agreements. They are at a minimum 30 years income restricted. I should also just add, we are a 60-year-old organization, and we do not sell our properties to convert them to market rate or something like that. Our whole goal is to help create mixed income communities. So we anticipate the apartments remaining affordable for the very long term. We also don't sell our properties. We are a long-term owner.
But the agreement just says, how many of these similar properties do you have where you were able to buy it for $1 or basically given the property in the city?
How many properties do we have where there's a donation, or how many affordable housing properties do we have?
Well, specific to this type of a deal, similar.
I can answer. Yeah. So in the
because
city
if you're talking about you've been around for 60 years, and you haven't given any up as in terms of the affordability, I guess I'm just asking, like, how many similar deals have you had where you have this kind of property?
Yeah, yeah.
Given
So,
to
so
you?
we've just in Chicago, metropolitan Chicago, we've developed approximately 2,000 apartments. We're a major developer in Bronzeville at Oakwood Shores, at Southbridge, in the South Loop. We have developments on the west side. As Commissioner Navarro noted, it's very often necessary for the land to be donated, because while we're trying to generate as much private debt as possible, whenever possible, there are very limited funds for the construction, let alone the acquisition. And frankly, that's a major challenge. That is one of the challenges for getting affordable housing in, quote unquote, stronger neighborhoods where there's a high demand for property in that neighborhood. There's no funds to buy the property for affordable housing development, because we're just trying to scrounge up enough money to build vertically. So it's very common for there to be a donation of land whenever possible for these types of developments. And then one great thing in the state of Illinois, there's an additional credit that's generated. It's technically the Illinois Affordable Housing Tax Credit, but it's often called a donation tax credit, and that goes further to help finance the development. So it's used very often. We've also done this in downtown Aurora, where it helped us to deliver a terrific mixed-use development there as well, in partnership with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question for Commissioner Cox. You know that we have several of these city-owned parking lots at libraries or other spaces where we're selling them for market rate to developers. What is the difference here in what you're trying to do versus those other lots that are right nearby here, where we're demanding market rate for those properties? So specifically the Melrose Library at Melrose and Lincoln, and Ashland and Berry, which we've had discussions about, and are basically telling developers we're giving it to them for market rate, as opposed to doing a similar type of project.
No, I appreciate the question. And in fact, the city has a number of parking lot or parking or parcels that are near transit in these areas that we had been working with aldermen to see if there was an appetite to market them. I think the difference here that's been articulated, this is 100% affordable. And it has the advocacy and the support of the aldermen to make it 100% affordable. So that's the distinction. Not all aldermen were interested in having a 100% affordable as the precondition for the sale of land. Hopefully, if this is successful, other aldermen will look at this and possibly help entertain the idea of selling those assets towards greater affordability in their ward. But that will be my answer. That's the difference here is a 100% affordable project next to a CTA station.
So if I wanted to do one of these, why wouldn't we just keep it in perpetuity? The city keeps the property, leases it for $1 a year, whatever the price is, instead of selling these properties. Wouldn't we be getting to the same end game of providing either 100% affordable, whatever it might be, if we maintained it and we didn't have, because we have other projects where we're just sitting at a 30-year affordability, and then there's no guarantee that a developer can't flip that in 30 years.
I would invite
jump in.
Commissioner Navarro to weigh in on this because it's not uncommon, the question you're raising.
Yeah, Alderman, I would say a couple things. One is that one of the things that Will mentioned that we benefit from when we donate the land is that they can then use the donation tax credit as part of their capital stack. And when these deals are so hard to finance, that makes a big difference, and it's a pretty big deal. The other thing I would note is that while it is common, we actually don't have another way with our funding sources. What Will is describing, where we have a 30-year affordability period, and then we basically refinance the development at that point. We have a few developers, very few actually, who exit out of the affordability period at that time. Most who enter into low-income housing tax credits, and certainly developers like the community builders, who this is what they do for a living, they stay in the affordable deal therever after. We just don't write it that way on the front end, because that's not the way that the financing works. It works in 15 or 30-year increments, and then you revisit it. But in general, our experience with developers like the community builders, whose mission is to create affordable housing, is that they stay in it, they keep it affordable. So we're not concerned about that for the future.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I just would hope that we would have the same standard for these other lots that we're looking at here. But I appreciate the answers. And if Chairwoman, if we could get the answer about the meters through the chair, that would be very helpful. But thank you, and no more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagensbeck. And yes, we'll put that on the record that we will need an answer on the meter question. Alderman Martin, thank you for your patience. Would you like to make a statement now?
I would. I would like to start by thanking a number of folks in and outside of government for their work on a project that has been under active discussion for the last 2.5 years. So obviously Will Woodley and his team, by being a terrific community steward in their own right, making themselves consistently available to folks. And as one of the slides he showed indicated, there was significant community conversation in a whole host of different forms, in person, virtual, surveys. And so I think he and his team are to be commended. The staff at DPD and DOH, both Commissioners Cox and Navarra, Catherine Hurd, who's on right now, the list goes on there, but as multiple folks have said, this was a very, very complicated project for a lot of reasons, some but not all of which were shared today. And I think, as evidenced by this discussion, this really was a team effort. So I very much thank you all for sticking with me and my community as we were working to land the plane on something that doesn't happen all that often and needs to happen a lot more. And so, although the Melrose lot that Alderman Waguespack mentioned is currently in my ward, come May next year, it'll be in his ward. It's actually twice the size approximately of this 4715 lot. And so I'm very interested to see what comes of that lot, and hope that some of our experience can be a guiding light for what that and other comparably sized lots do. Because when we look at the history of racism, segregation, block busting, redlining, there are reasons why communities on the north side look the way that they do, in sharp contrast to communities in other parts of the city. And so when we're talking about what we do in response to that, I think that this project, along with a whole host of other things that we're working on doing right now in the current term, are a down payment on what's to come in the coming decades. I think Alderman Tunney raised a number of good points about the plaza and CTA. And as he might recall, along with Alderman Waguespack, we actually in the Finance Committee and ultimately City Council approved the allocation of $8 million of TIF funds that would be used to leverage an additional $22 million. So at the end of the day, we'll have $30 million in public funds, both city and federal, if memory serves, to completely rehabilitate the CTA station across the street from which 4715 is located, which is terrific because anyone who's visited that station knows that it is not a reflection of that terrific part of the Lincoln Square community. That's going to change. I also appreciate Alderman Tunney's continued commitment to our business community and knowing not just that the Lincoln Square Ravenwood Chamber of Commerce supports this current proposal, but that even before that, they've taken a lead on completely re-envisioning what the plaza outside of that CTA station will look like, as well as the portion under the CTA tracks and then the farmers market parking lot that's located due east of there. So I'm really lucky that we have such a terrific Chamber of Commerce and business leaders who, before we were able to get this proposal for 4715 where it is, already took it upon themselves, working with the community, leading our community to make sure that that plaza area is in good shape. So in fact, I don't think it's needed for us to go to TCB to say, hey, we need you to take the laboring oar for re-envisioning what that plaza looks like, what the station looks like. We already thankfully have nonprofit partners in our chamber and public partners in CTA that are taking the lead on that. I also want to note that this is an area in Lincoln Square, as well as North Center and in the neighboring area, where just over the last 10 plus years, we've seen about an 11% loss in the number of affordably priced homes. So this is coming to an area that really is at the epicenter of the loss of affordable housing that we've seen through tear downs and deconversions and double lots. And while it's been a very complicated and challenging but necessary community process, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that there were lots of ugly parts of the conversation that we've had to weather. And it's been a challenge for me personally, I'll say, to help navigate that. But I appreciate all the more the many partners that I've had, including Alderman Vasquez, who is here in support, because we've had folks who have done things like hanging signs saying Alderman Martin, no CHA here. We know exactly what they mean, who they feel belongs in our community and who doesn't belong in our community. We've had folks say that this project and my support of it will be unleashing the Black gentry to come through Lincoln Square. We know what's meant with that. We've had folks who have commented saying that I should go back to where I came from. I'm a Lincoln Square resident. You know, Chicago's my home. We know what folks mean when they talk about that. So I just want to end by noting that it's been really a pleasure for me to work on this project. It's been a challenge, but everyone who has spoken out in favor of this from the community, the people in government who've been here, I really appreciate your work in bringing something that is what I am most proud of in my term in office, and appreciate your favorable consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Martin. And I believe Alderman Vasquez was also wanting to make a statement. Is that correct?
How does one follow that? I mean,
I
seriously.
know.
You already know. All I was doing was before that to say we're in complete support, and to watch everything that Alderman Martin and the team have had to go through over those years just to land this. I mean, yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Matt. And you know, there have been times where we've been jealous watching this project. There's been times where we've watched the whole shenanigans that the neighbors have been coming up and like a lot of the false narratives. And it's going to be really satisfying to watch the ribbon get cut when this is completed. So I would similarly ask for the support of the commission. It's what Chicago needs to be doing more of, and I'm really proud to be able to witness it come to this point and look forward to it coming to completion. Thank you.
Thank you. So unless there's any more comments or questions from the commissioners, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion on this item.
So moved, Novara.
Second.
Thank
Reyes.
you. First motion by Novara and second by Reyes. Roll call vote.
Correct.
Well, actually, let me read the motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant, the Community Builders, Inc., for the property generally located at 4651-4719 Northwestern Avenue, 2320-2332 West Leland Avenue, and 2323-2333 West Leland Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for
Reggie.
approval. And I had a motion by Commissioner Novara and a second by Commissioner Reyes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay, I believe he had to leave. Commissioner Viaggi,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Brumfield,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Burnett,
Hold on.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Escareno. She had to step away. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Novara,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Not seeing him anymore. Commissioner Wagensback,
Yes.
thank you.
Noah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Commissioner Tunney is on proxy vote, yes.
Proxy vote yes for Commissioner Tunney. Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations to the team. I know this was long waited for, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is D8. Almost there, people. A few more. A proposed resolution to adopt the Western Avenue Corridor Study. The Western Avenue Corridor Study is a community-based planning initiative to envision an equitable long-term future for the Western Avenue Corridor from Addison Street to Howard Street. The study examines land uses, development patterns, and circulation along the heavily traveled and diverse corridor. Extensive community outreach has been underway since early 2021 with residents, business owners, elected officials, and other stakeholders in portions of North Center, Ravenswood, Lincoln Square, West Ridge, and West Rogers Park. A draft of the study report was presented to the community and posted for public comment in October 2022. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and plan details.
Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Catherine Hurd from the Department of Planning and Development. So we are very pleased to come back to you with the Western Avenue Corridor Study to request adoption of the study today. I was here presenting this in August as sort of an overview of the scope and sort of in progress work. And at this point, we are wrapping things up and would like to finalize the document and get started with implementation. So as mentioned, I've gone over this previously. So this intro stuff that you've seen before, I will do rather quickly, but we're talking about the northernmost 5 miles of Western Avenue that goes through wards 40, 47, 49, and 50. And the document is a long-term vision with recommendations for land use, development, and infrastructure, opportunity areas for public realm improvements, transit and mobility improvements, and neighborhood development, and then very importantly, an implementation strategy in the short and the long term. So this was a co-led project between DPD and CDOT. So we both managed this project together, which is, I think, a new model. We haven't done much of that before, I don't think, and heavily influenced and integrated with our partner stakeholders. And we had a consultant team that was on board as well to help prepare the materials, and site was the lead for the consultant team. And so we kicked off this project in early 2021, and we've made it through quite a lot to get to this point now where we're asking for adoption of the study today. So I talked a lot more about the engagement strategy and all the things that we've done last time in August, but just as a reminder, we've had a pretty robust amount of engagement throughout this process. So we have a steering committee, which I'll talk about a little bit more later, that's met 3 times at key milestones to review materials and provide advice and help to get the word out and get ready to implement these things. Held several focus groups. We had a youth council that was engaged. We've had 4 public virtual events with really pretty good participation. We've had a youth-led pop-up event at the Northtown Library, and then an exhibit that just closed at the Northtown Library as well. We have done over 30,000 postcards out to people within a half mile of the corridor. We've installed bus stop ads on the interior of buses. We've had a few online surveys. We've had over 1,700 responses from that. We've interviewed businesses. We've done, 2,500 plus flyers around the neighborhoods. And then, of course, have heavily used our website and social media. So at a high level, the community vision for Western Avenue is to create a corridor with thriving places, safe and attractive streets, and resilient communities. So when we talk about thriving places, the principle behind that is we want to create concentrated density and high foot traffic commercial areas within strategic mixed-use neighborhood centers along the corridor. And the other piece is in between those mixed-use neighborhood centers, finding ways to activate underutilized properties and storefronts. That includes infill housing and including ground floor residential uses. So the principle behind this is that there is a lot of underutilized commercial space on Western Avenue. It's not realistic to expect 5 entire continuous miles of commercial space. And so we want to find ways that we can better use that to serve our neighborhoods. In those neighborhood centers, we want to focus on placemaking as well. So we have a placemaking toolkit that includes landscape, site furniture, public spaces and programming, public art, branding and identity that we want to apply, particularly within the neighborhood centers, but also along the corridor. There are some things that we also are including in the design guidelines. We're recommending a setback for buildings that are along narrow sidewalks. There is a toolkit for activating and upgrading underutilized storefronts. We're looking for higher density in these areas and to increase the range and types of affordability levels of housing along and near the corridor. For transportation, Western Avenue is a strategic regional arterial, and it serves an important role in the city and region for moving people and goods throughout the city. One thing that rose to the top of being a very important priority is prioritizing bus infrastructure much more. And so that is a very efficient way to help move people and will help support the arterial role in the network. Also improving pedestrian safety, and particularly at crossings, and then integrating in with the bike network with east-west crossing improvements and directing bike traffic to lower stress routes than on Western Avenue, where the priority is more bus infrastructure. So again, we have another toolkit for mobility improvements that include clustering together multiple modes together so that it's easier to make multimodal transfers, bus priority infrastructure that includes things like bus lanes, bus bulbs, bus stop consolidation and relocation to make things easier for bus operations and for riders, pedestrian crossing improvements, curb management, and then the bicycle network navigation infrastructure. In addition, making sure that we're including green infrastructure and improving our urban landscape with some street trees, and then making sure that we're also optimizing the signal timing to prioritize bus travel and pedestrian crossings. And then the third high-level principle here is to make sure we're supporting resilient communities. And we define that in 3 different categories. The first is environmental. So we're talking about things like air quality, disaster resilience, stormwater, heat island, biodiversity, and noise pollution. Economic, income equity, employment, business success, neighborhood amenities, storefront and site vacancy and activation, and sociocultural resilience, equity, accessibility, mental health, physical health, safety, and community cohesion. So we want to pay attention to changes we're making to Western Avenue, changes we're making to policy to ensure that we are supporting those 3 types of resilience. And there are indicators within all of those that we need to be collectively measuring and tweaking our approaches. This study is well-timed with several things. One is We Will Chicago and the overarching principles of equity and resiliency. We really see this corridor as an equitable transit-oriented corridor that can start to play out some of those larger policy objectives. The Connected Communities Ordinance was also very well timed because now the entirety of Western Avenue is a transit served location, which was not the case previously. So there are now options for additional transit-oriented development benefits. The 2021 ARO updates also is an important alignment for this to really meet the E part of ETOD. And then a study that is just now wrapping up is CTA and CDOT's Better Streets for Buses programs, where they're determining key bus routes for bus priority improvements. Throughout that process, Western Avenue has come up time and time again as an important priority. And so they will be producing the results for that soon. And we'll work with them for the future of Western Avenue and bus priority infrastructure. So I talked about this a little bit last time, but we have some more specificity. So I mentioned before creating these mixed use neighborhood centers, and the ingredients for that are a mixed use core with higher density development, a clustering of commercial and institutional uses, a convergence of transit, and an active public realm that's comfortable, convenient, and accessible for all ages and abilities. So right in a single core where it can be most successful, and then having within a 15-minute walk of that a variety of housing, affordability levels, and unit types. So we've identified 5 different proposed neighborhood centers along the corridor that have some or all of those elements. And so I'll talk about how that plays out in the land use framework. So you'll see that neighborhood center is in blue. The 5 neighborhood centers are identified in blue on our land use framework. Housing infill is the yellow. So those are the segments where the recommendation is to identify infill housing, convert existing storefronts that are underutilized to ground floor housing. And those are the areas where we see the most potential for housing growth. And then we have commercial transition, which is in pink. These are areas that are more auto oriented at this point and are sort of transitioning in uses. So I'll describe a little bit more about each of those. There are parameters for each. So the neighborhood centers, those are clusters of mixed use activity. So we want active ground floors in these areas with housing above, including and especially affordable housing. We're recommending a density of 3 to 4 FAR. This will be the highest density structures of the corridor will be within these neighborhood centers. And we have some recommended primary and secondary zoning districts that go along with that, the primary being B33. For the housing infill segments, so these are the areas where we want to increase housing along the corridor. So we want residential uses and some kind of strategic, small scale, limited neighborhood serving commercial uses at the ground floor. We're imagining 2 to 3 FAR for the density and being higher at the corners and where there's higher pedestrian activity. And the recommended zoning The primary districts would be B22, secondary B32, B23, and B33. And then finally, the commercial transition segment. So these are our dominant commercial areas. So the recommended uses are commercial, obviously, with some ground floor office and or residential above. Again, looking at a 2 to 3 FAR range. And then the recommended zoning districts for that primary are B32 and secondary are B33 and C12. We want to see more neighborhood serving commercial and less of the outdoor auto storage type places. So that is how the land use framework works. You will see that there are not hard dividing lines between these things. They may need to kind of change and expand over time. We can't predict exactly what the needs are going to be in the next 5, 10, 20 years. So that's why it's sort of fuzzy in between. So for redevelopment, we have a renovation and development toolkit, and we want to make it clear that this is in addition and on top of the required zoning standards and other guidelines like the neighborhood design guidelines, which would absolutely apply to Western Avenue corridor since it is a neighborhood commercial corridor. And we are providing some examples and best practices and guidelines for design to provide inspiration and examples for common project types that we expect along the corridor. And then this toolkit is going to be used to review proposed projects along the corridor as well. So a few types from that toolkit include the renovation and reuse of existing historic buildings. So there's quite a few of these on Western Avenue that are that have been renovated, and there's quite a few still that are looking pretty tired and have potential to be renovated, but identifying ways to restore some of the original features, keep the neighborhood character, while still activating these and having them more positively contribute to the corridor. The other thing that I'd mentioned previously is converting storefronts into housing. So we have some strategies presented for that and a toolkit of recommendations that can be done poorly or it can be done well. And so we want to provide some good examples for how that should be done along the Western Avenue corridor. When we're talking about new construction, obviously in areas where we want mixed use, we want active ground floors with active public realms and the higher density areas. In the areas where there would be housing on the ground floor for new construction, creating a bit of a landscape buffer between the front door and porch of the building and the sidewalk, which both gives a little bit of privacy to the folks living there, but then also provides a bit of relief for pedestrians walking along the sidewalk. So again, these are the 5 neighborhood commercial corridors. I'm going to talk about one of them just as an example, but all 5 of them have a similar set of recommendations. So we're going to look at this area in Lincoln Square, which we just talked about. So this will look very familiar to you. But each neighborhood center in the document includes an analysis portion. So it talks about the primary zoning and relevant districts. So in this case, in Lincoln Square, it's primarily B31 and B32. There is the Lincoln Square SSA there and the Western Avenue North TIF district, which expires in 2024. We also enumerate the existing conditions, the key existing conditions for this area and the community priorities identified through our outreach. So the opportunity sites, which I'll talk about in a minute, we have a specific definition for that. But then there's also a locator map for exactly where this lands in the corridor, character buildings that are important to the neighborhood character, and then also including the existing transportation infrastructure. So for the opportunity sites, the way those are defined as identifying sites that may be redeveloped in the future. So these are not necessarily sites that we control in almost every case, except for 4715, which is 2B on this map. All of those are privately owned sites. So the city does not own or control those or have any particular information about them other than that they meet the criteria for an opportunity site, so that the current use or structure is incompatible with the long-term vision or the site is otherwise underutilized. So for each of the sites, The document identifies the address, the existing use, the approximate site area, and the current zoning. And then there is a long-term vision concept graphic for each that includes the long-term and short-term recommendations for this area. So it includes both the public realm and mobility recommendations as well as the development sites. So, you know, this was discussed at length previously, but you can see on the right all of the different public realm and infrastructure things that are coming in much by the end of 2024 that are all happening in Lincoln Square at the same time. So there's going to be a major transformation in this area that we want to make sure is coordinated and then also is aligned with the future development vision and expectations for this area. There are a few priority opportunity sites that were identified throughout the process because they're major gateway sites. And so these are sites where we took a little bit more time to really play out what the design guidelines would potentially create. So showing what this could look like and feel like when it is developed. So this is one at the corner of Lawrence and Western. So, and again, all 5 of those neighborhood centers have that same pattern of things, but I won't go through all of them. So I wanted to mention the public review that's already happened of the draft materials. So we were here to give you the general overview in August. The draft study report was posted on September 30th on the website, and we distributed information about that. At which point we released an online survey at the same time, which I'll talk about in a minute. We had our final public meeting on October 6th over Zoom, and then there was also an exhibit set at the Northtown Library, which you can see in the bottom center and right images here that you could see from both inside and outside of the library. For the online survey, we received 170 very thoughtful responses. I wanted to mention that 84% of people responding to the survey strongly agreed or agreed with the study's themes and goals. 71% strongly agreed or agreed with the land use and development recommendations. 67% strongly agreed or agreed with the mobility and public realm recommendations. And 66% believe the study would be useful or very useful to guide future land use development, circulation, and public realm decisions. So, so we feel like those numbers are representative of a very solid and successful community process, including with our partners on our steering committee, which was made up of city departments and sister agencies, including CTA, Department of Buildings, CMAP, Aldermans, Vasquez, Martin, Haddon, and Silverstein, neighborhood organizations at North Center Neighborhood Association, Heart of Lincoln Square Neighbors Association, the West Ridge Community Organization, the 4 chambers of commerce and 3 SSAs, and then some advocacy and expert groups that were really co-authors of this study with us. And to implement all of this, they will also continue to be our partners. We will have to work as a team in order to implement these recommendations. And so the basic steps are everyone collectively is going to need to identify and allocate resources for projects based on the study recommendations. So we've gained consensus around those recommendations. We sort of have our marching orders, and now we need to look for funding to implement things that don't yet have funding. Need to pilot innovative policies and projects along the corridor and then evaluate how those impacts, what those impacts are to refine and expand what's working. To use the study recommendations and guidelines to evaluate and advocate for projects. And then finally, to promote development opportunities to business and property owners and developers and assist them with navigating the process. And this is sort of our big hurdle that we're just starting to take on, where we want to welcome new development to the opportunity sites identified along the corridor. So with that, I want to thank everyone that's worked on this process. There's been thousands of people involved throughout, and particularly the 4 aldermanic partners. I think at least some of which are here today, and I think might want to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Catherine. Do the commissioners have any questions? Not seeing any hands raised. So would any of the aldermen like to make a statement on this? I see Alderman Vasquez and then followed by Alderman Martin.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you all, the commission here. You know, when I first started here in council and met Catherine, I kind of very from a layman's perspective had ideas of what we could do like on Lincoln and on Western. And I have to commend her for her patience in listening to me with my very little idea, because watching the scale of what Catherine's put together here and with the team, it really is a master work, and it's something that I've been communicating to our neighbors. Like, it's not just a vision of what Western can be, but it's the whole process is so thought through and holistic, right? Making sure that we're putting community at the center, that we're listening from so many different neighbors as to what these mini centers can look like, and looking through such a different lens is truly groundbreaking work that I fully support in ways that I cannot properly express. I think the one thing that is a small level of concern, but really an opportunity, is looking at the amount of funding necessary to make some of the infrastructure changes. And so when we think about the Western Avenue TIF and we think about Lincoln, that is something that I really do consider, because what's being laid out in front, what you all have seen, is something that I think is a blueprint for what can happen in this part of town, and really a starting point for the rest of the city for the next 20, 30 to 50 years. When we think about a lot of the different zoning changes that come up and proposals, having this kind of master plan really helps us as alders to be able to talk to any developers who come up and say, look, we already have vision here of what should be happening going forward. And there already have been instances in the 40th ward where when people have put forth proposals, there are instances where we are able to use the corridor study as a way to say, you know what, that's really not something we want to see coming forward, because we want to make sure that we're building the kind of communities, having the kind of business district and the kind of life that you want to breathe into an area, especially in Chicago, where we kind of know Western has been kind of like auto-centric for, I think, far too long. And I think this was really a good step forward. So I am in full enthusiastic support. It is a beautiful piece of work, aside from just work and planning. I mean, looking at this thing and looking at every single page, the amount of love put into it is something I can't overstate. And so I want to make sure you all similarly feel and understand what's been presented, and want to thank Catherine for her leadership and everyone else involved, really for creating something that I think is going to be landmark, and something I think the rest of Western should take into account. And so thank you so much for that. And I would highly ask for the commission's favorable support for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Martin, followed by Alderman Silverstein.
Yes, thank you. I echo Alderman Vasquez's sentiment. I think that it's an incredibly helpful document, a forward-looking document, and something, speaking for our portion of Western, that's so sorely needed, given the current land use, and so much of what we do from a development standpoint is reactive to a particular location, a particular proposal, and this is proactive. This is bringing the community together. And even in talking with Catherine within the last week about, if this is adopted, what we can do going forward to continue soliciting input in a thoughtful and efficient manner from neighbors as well as businesses, I think it's going to be great, and it's going to make our job a lot easier. I think we're going to be able to move more efficiently, and it really shows the planning, that the city wants to do in a cohesive manner. So, Catherine, I think you've done phenomenal work here. It's not done. So we look forward to the months ahead and beyond, assuming it's locked in. So my sincere thanks to you and others at DPD who have been leading on this, as well as other departments as well, because it certainly isn't just DPD, but it's really exciting. It's going to be a welcome to just addition to our community. I'm excited to see maybe 10 or 15 years from now how much better the corridor looks. because of the work that's being done here, led by you, Catherine. So thank you, and would definitely appreciate the commission's favorable consideration on this.
Thank you. Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein.
Thank you so much. And you have the third alderperson here in 100% support of this project. Again, Catherine has been absolutely phenomenal. As my colleagues have said, Western Avenue definitely needs some help, not just with economic development, but with pedestrian safety and bicycle safety. And this study really encompasses everything. And it is just the first step, because we need to see this study turned into a reality. And so Catherine knows that she's not done yet, and that we're going to be continuing to lean on her and her expertise. But I, like I said before, am in full support of this, and I hope that the commission will also be in favor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I also see somebody here from the 49th Ward, Kyle Ryan. Would you like to make a statement? I think you're still muted, Kyle.
Hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Esteemed members of the Chicago Plan Commission, thank you for allowing me to speak to this matter in front of the commission. For the record, my name is Kyle Ryan, and I'm the Manager of Economic Development for the 49th Ward. On behalf of Alderwoman Maria Hadden, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, I am here to offer the full support of the 49th Ward behind the adoption of the Western Avenue Corridor study. And although the corridor only passes through our ward by one block, forming its northern terminus, DPD did an excellent job in incorporating the various needs and interests of 4 different wards into one comprehensive plan that should be seen as a benchmark for corridor plans across the city. This corridor study did an excellent job at addressing longstanding issues along Western Avenue through thoughtful, forward-thinking solutions that will allow the corridor to thrive well into the 21st century. Our office would also like to acknowledge and thank the work that Catherine Hurd and the rest of the DPD team did, as well as CDOT, to complete the study, as well as Alders Vasquez, Martin, and Silverstein for their continued support and cooperation with this project. Once again, the 49th Ward offers its full support behind the adoption of the Western Avenue Corridor study before you today, and asks for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Thank you. And thank you, Catherine, for very comprehensive summary of the work. It probably should be noted that this has been 2 years in the making. So to even be able to summarize it in a 15-minute presentation is pretty amazing. It's really, really solid work. I believe, as the Alderman mentioned, groundbreaking and probably award-winning. And it's just a wonderful testament to the power of planning and design, particularly as it's tailored to the needs of pretty distinct Chicago neighborhoods. To be able to look out 5, 10, 15 years, the future of Western Avenue, which we all know is very auto-centric, and to see it tilting towards a more pedestrian orientation is something that gives, I think, all those communities that are aligned there a reason to be hopeful that their community will continue to get better and better. It could not have happened without the leadership of Alderman Silverstein, who this takes me back to our very first drives in her ward. And she said she was so dissatisfied with Western Avenue and the ad hoc land use and the lack of pedestrian safety that she wanted to work on it. And I suggested that because Western is such a strong north-south organizer, it's an arterial road, that really to be effective, we had to bring along a larger stretch. And that turned into a 5-mile stretch, including 4 different aldermen and many, many neighborhoods. And so it really has the scale now that it can be a model and a precedent for other areas of the city. and I actually think that the country. I think there was a strong focus on the alderman's part that it has to be actionable. So a lot of focus on the toolkit, a lot of focus on opportunity sites for redevelopment, guidelines, things that will help, quite frankly, aldermanic leadership in guiding the development of the community. So I'm thrilled by the results. This is what the Planning and Development Department can do when we have a robust partnership with aldermen. And I just want to again thank them, and also just again to thank Catherine Hurd and our partners at CDOT. This is genuinely, I would say, it's co-authored by many partners, and the consultants were great, but it could not have happened without the authorship of Catherine Hurd and our partners at CDOT. I will say one thing I'm looking forward to is what CDOT can do to further the transportation transformation of Western Avenue. I know there are lots of recommendations that talk about designated lanes for bus rapid transit. We've talked about, again, making the infrastructure of transit more robust and permanent. And that's going to require another level of study. But being that this has been done together with CDOT, I think they will be with us at each step of the way as we explore some of the more permanent transportation integrations into the plan. But again, thank you. Really so pleased with the work and look forward to the commissioner's support.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. With that, do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the Western Avenue Corridor Study, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move, Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. Do I have a second motion?
I will second it, Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay. I think he had to step away. Commissioner Viaggi. Not seeing her either. Commissioner Brentfield also had to step away. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I skipped Commissioner Burnett, but I'm not seeing him either. Commissioner Escareño. Uh-oh, not here either. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Navarro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Okay, not around. And Commissioner Wagensback. I think he also stepped away. Okay, Noah, help me with this. Do we?
Eight yes.
We're still okay? Okay.
8 yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Yay. Okay, we're on to item D9. That's the last one that requires a vote. And then we have an informational presentation after that, and that's it. So just a couple more things. The next item on the agenda is D9, a proposed resolution to adopt the Roseland Community Medical District Master Plan. The Roseland Community Medical District Master Plan sets forth the vision, physical framework, development strategy, and design guidelines for the planning, design, construction, and operation of a mixed-use campus focused on high-quality patient care, outpatient services, and related investment to address long-standing community needs within the Roseland Community Medical District. The Roseland Community Medical District, created by state legislation, is bound approximately by 110th Street to the north, Michigan Avenue to the east, 112th Street to the south, Stewart Street to the west. Michael, you have to help me with your last name, Penishnak, will provide the context overview and plan details.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I will now share my screen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Michael Penishnak, and I will be presenting the Roseland Community Medical District Master Plan on behalf of the Department of Planning and Development. The city of Chicago retained a team led by Adrian Smith, Gordon Gill, and supported by Far South CDC, the Greater Roseland Chamber of Commerce, Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, Applied Real Estate Analysis, and Johnson and Lee. Notably, community partners Far South CDC and the Greater Roseland Chamber were included as paid consultants on this team. And I do want to give a special recognition to Richard Wilson, who led this in his capacity at Adrian Smith Gordon Gill. In 2011, the state of Illinois created the Roseland Community Medical District as a special district in order to maintain the proper surroundings for a medical center and related technology center in order to attract, stabilize, and retain healthcare uses and other relevant uses within the district boundaries. One provision of this act is the creation of a master plan, which in turn will allow it to obtain state of Illinois dollars. As mentioned in the chairwoman's introduction, this district is bound by South Stewart Street on the west, 110th to the north, Michigan Avenue to the east, and 112th to the south. Within these boundaries is the Roseland Community Hospital, which is a healthcare anchor in the area. The COVID-19 pandemic clearly demonstrated the highlighted racial disparities between the South Side and the rest of the city. Investment in this medical district is essential to address those disparities for the approximately 3,000 Chicagoans who live in the service area. So in 2021, Adrian Smith, Gordon Gill, and the rest of the team held public meetings at Leviso Elementary School. And in 2022, they held a number of focus group and individual interviews with medical providers. As mentioned on an earlier slide, this area does overlap with the Red Line Extension district, and the district would be served by the future Red Line Extension's proposed 111th Street station on the west. This is not the only such medical district created by state statute. There is the Illinois Medical District on the west side of the city and the Mid-Illinois Medical District in Springfield, both of which also have similar duties to create environments conducive to healthcare providers and medical districts. I want to take a note of the quote that we included at the bottom of this regarding housing and other developments that are not traditionally associated with medical districts, but in fact are vital to their success. I believe this quote will inform certain land use decisions made later in the presentation. So the medical district is the set geography in which this will happen. It is governed by the Roseland Medical District Commission, which has certain land use and development powers. Both of these are distinct from the Roseland Community Hospital. So the commission and the hospital are two separate entities. So The district has a very large service area mentioned earlier that is 300,000 people. It is a predominantly African-American service area. It is right now largely underserved by transit. There is the Metro Electric that runs across Cottage Grove, but it is not necessarily well connected to the CTA and is largely, but for the hospital, does not have a large number of healthcare providers. There is a Blue Cross Center recently put in at 111th, but beyond that, this area can become a healthcare desert. This master plan does seek to address that. We had a number of meetings, interviews, focus groups with various people, including Alderman Beal and Alderwoman Austin. The two public meetings were held at Leviso Elementary, which is the closest school to the medical district. I really want to thank Principal Stelly for hosting us last year. And at these meetings, what we asked residents what a medical district means to them. Their comments are summarized as a medical district is an inclusive, welcoming, and safe area that provides quality, specialized medical care for the community, as well as job opportunities, education, and convenient, equitable access to services and amenities. A medical district, while attracting health focused providers, should also attract complementary service providers such as mental health, community rehabilitation, and other wraparound services. These ideal qualities for a district will improve quality of life for Southside residents, attract the best and brightest medical professionals, and provide support for future development in the area. So this district was created in part due to the health disparities that exist between the South Side and the rest of our city. This slide highlights the various disparities in life expectancy with a 10-year gap between Black and white Chicagoans. It highlights differences in income, highlights the abhorrent fact that African-American women are 6 times more likely to die from pregnancy in our state than white women. And it also informs the healthcare priorities of the district to end structural racism and economic deprivation, reduce health inequity by addressing social determinants of health, prevent and manage chronic disease, and address trauma with violence recovery and mental health care, and increase access for maternal care and prenatal care. So the team engaged with a number of medical providers that work on our south and west sides. And through this engagement, it was learned that the healthcare industry's model is undergoing a major shift from its current model to preventative care. The new goal is to minimize the need for going to the hospital in the first place. Care is transitioning to more convenient settings, making it easier to get to care. There's a greater focus on outpatient care and an acknowledgement that the industry needs to address social determinants of poor health. And these trends going to smaller outpatient, more easily accessible access represent a real opportunity for the Roseland Community Medical District to bring these innovations to their 300,000 plus person service area, improve healthcare access, and reduce and eliminate the healthcare discrepancies that we see in our city today. The medical district is located in the far south planning area. It is very close to the Pullman National Monument. It is also in proximity to Gwendolyn Brooks High School, Palmer Park, and the Michigan Avenue Invest Southwest corridor. Currently, the land use district is predominantly residential with some commercial along 111th and along Michigan Avenue, with a large amount of vacant, underutilized land in the southeast area of the district. And that is reflected in its current zoning. There are a number of vacant underutilized lots that represent future development opportunities for the Roseland Medical District Commission. Some, but not all, are owned by the city of Chicago. There are a number of catalytic sites. The city did get approval from the Community Development Commission to market the Gately People Store site, the Roseland Theater, and the Michigan Station site. Those are outside the district. For the purposes of this presentation, we will focus predominantly on the 3 blocks that are labeled outpatient campus sites. This phased development proposal in the plan will be discussed further by Erica Selke.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, my name is Erica Selke. I'm the lead planner for the Far South region with Department of Planning and Development. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is the overall view of the area. You can see the medical district outlined in the black dash line. And you can see the direct connections to the Pullman National Monument. You can see where the red line extension is going to move through the area with stations at 111th and 115th. And in the center of the slide, you can see the Roseland Hospital in red on 111th Street. And then in the blue in the center of the slide is potential for a new outpatient campus. As Michael had mentioned, there's a great deal of vacancy along State Street at that location right now. So we think bringing in new outpatient preventative care groups, they could locate and perhaps create an outpatient campus at this location. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is a vision of what that could look like. This is the main intersection of 111th Street, going left to right, and State Street. And you could see what a building at that corner could look like with the vision, with the extended buildings moving south down State Street on the right-hand side of your screen. Next slide, please. So this is the overall master plan framework for the Roseland Medical District. Starting over on the left-hand side, you can see where the new 111th Street Red Line Extension Station will be located. There's extensive vacancy at that location and a large lot owned by the city. So there's potential for new housing. Also new housing on 111th west of Wentworth Avenue. You can see Roseland Hospital on 111th east of Wentworth. And there's also a great opportunity for housing rehab and infill to the north and south of the main 111th Street corridor, which will provide a real opportunity for new housing opportunities there. Once we get closer to Michigan Avenue, which you can see in the red, there's a real opportunity here as well for commercial rehab and infill. Michigan Avenue is a fantastic, intact commercial corridor. It's really beautiful. And we feel that the medical district with new development that serves outpatient preventative care providers, and then also can work with Michigan Avenue, which provides different retail and commercial options. So we have a really strong connection there. And there's also a strong connection to Palmer Park and Gwendolyn Brooks. And again, this is just sort of the ability to take vacant and underutilized land and better use it for the medical district. If you can please go to the next slide. This is a bit further pulled out, showing the entire medical district area. And you can see the 111th Street Red Line Extension station on the left hand of your side of your screen. When you move towards State and Michigan, you can really begin to see the outline of what a campus outpatient center could look like on those blocks just east of State Street. The next slide, please. This is a close-up of that. So we'll go through a few slides in a second that talks about connectivity within the campus and access points. You'll also notice south of 112th Street at Michigan Avenue, what's labeled the Gately site. That is a site that the city is currently getting ownership of, or attempting to get ownership of, and we hope to see that site developed in the near future. So there really is the strong connection between the historic Michigan Avenue and where this outpatient campus could be located on State Street. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you see, again, the vision for the 111th and State Street at the top, and then a vision of looking north from 112th Street into this sort of plaza and pedestrian access within the campus. Can you go to the next slide, please? This just details some of the different uses. Michael had talked about the need for a variety of uses within the medical district, all supporting each other. So here we have medical uses, community services, fitness, and also some residential uses and parking as well. Next slide, please. This is a bulk diagram that is looking south and east, showing the potential new outpatient campus. And you can see its proximity to the Roseland Hospital in red. And again, providing an opportunity on predominantly vacant properties to create this campus that's in scale with much of the existing development. Next slide, please. And this too shows in bulk form the different uses within the site. So you can see the outpatient and medical uses wrapping around the campus. So on the main 111th and State Street frontages, some of the more community focused uses like a community center or supportive housing, family fitness located on the mid blocks. And then also mixed use parking, shared parking for the all the facilities in that area as well. So can you go to the next slide, please? Looking at the circulation concept, you can see sort of the final circulation concept on the left-hand side of your screen, but then the different components are shown on the right. So looking at where people enter for parking, looking at the link to Michigan Avenue. The street setup in this area is very interesting in that there are streets and places where the places dead end into Michigan Avenue, so provides sort of this unique pedestrian experience. 112th Street moves through Michigan Avenue and crosses and moves to the east over to Palmer Park. So that's a place prioritized for pedestrian and commercial uses. And you can see in the full circulation concept on the left, primary entrances and secondary entrances to the various buildings, drop off and pickup areas, and lay-by zones. Next slide, please. And this just further goes into how these different components work together, specifically focusing on car drop off and pickup, and then pedestrian access, and then finally that corridor 112th Street, which connects to Palmer Park and is predominantly, will focus predominantly on pedestrian uses. Next slide. This again just sort of shows the bulk at 111th and State Street, this being sort of the main focal point of the campus and with the highest density. The next slide, please. This is a view looking east where you can see a better context of how Any new construction would fit into the existing built environment with Palmer Park in the distance. Next slide, please. This again is looking west now down 111th, and you can really see the proximity of the hospital to the potential new campus, and then also to Michigan Avenue, how filling in that gap between Michigan and state will really help improve the connectivity within the area. Next slide. And this is a view again, pulling out a bit, looking from the Red Line station, looking east down 111th Street. And this really shows all the potential infill opportunities shown in orange, which are, the potential housing infill opportunities with higher density near the new train station, perhaps single family, 2 flats, 3 flats, on the smaller neighborhood focused streets, and then larger residential mixed use development on 111th. Next slide. This is focused on that 112th Street pedestrian focused corridor where you walk to Palmer Park. You could see the Gately site redevelopment that we hope to put forward soon on Michigan Avenue. And you see the commercial uses on Michigan Avenue, that fabric that's really intact. And then how it correlates to the potential outpatient campus in the light blue. Next station, or excuse me, next slide. And then this just brings us further south down Michigan Avenue. This is south of where the proposed outpatient campus is, and shows potential development opportunities near where the 115th and Michigan Red Line extension station will be. So that we focused on the corridor, or excuse me, the medical district, of course, but there is that potential to grow the development there down Michigan Avenue. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So looking at implementation, we see this can happen in a phased concept. So working from north 111th Street south, building the outpatient facilities, then moving into more of the community uses such as a family fitness center, and moving south. Next slide. Implementation. So on 2 different tracks, Roseland Hospital, as Michael had mentioned, Roseland Hospital and the Medical District Commission are 2 separate entities. So Roseland Hospital has their own goals in expanding their hospital. And the Medical District Commission, we really see this plan for the commission. So their first pieces of implementation would be to assemble and prepare land for the outpatient facilities, conduct an RFP to solicit different partners, medical partners, and secure those partners and finalize more of the design and entitlement activities. Next slide, please. Looking further out at Roseland Avenue, or excuse me, Roseland Hospital, moving some of those functions to the new outpatient facilities. And the Medical District Commission would then move into building and managing the medical district and the different uses we put forth. Next slide. So this is just a reminder of those 2 great images. And, at this point, I'd like to take the opportunity to really thank Alderman Beal and Alderman Austin. And I really want to thank the consultant team. They put their full heart and soul into this project, and it's very personal and meaningful to them. I particularly want to thank and congratulate Richard Wilson, who is so passionate and dedicated to this project and really went above and beyond what his scope called for. And I want to thank too Abraham Lacey and Katania Robbie of the Far South CDC, who again, this is very important to them, and they've really gone full force. Andrea Reed of the Greater Roseland Chamber of Commerce, and then Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, Dave Doig, Kimberly Morris, Donald Higgins. And again, you know, I keep saying it, but it's true. All of these people were extremely passionate about this work and really believe that this is needed for the Roseland neighborhood and the south side of Chicago to provide necessary care to the people in those neighborhoods. So with that said, I'd like to ask that the Plan Commission please adopt this Roseland Medical District Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica and Michael, for presenting. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff? Commissioner Lyons?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just curious about the commission. I'm familiar with the Illinois Medical District Commission. How is the commission, the body sort of, are there public meetings? What's the, what does that commission and sort of the public input process look like for the commission itself?
Yes, so the commission, Abraham Lacey of our South CDC actually sort of pro bono is the administrator for the commission. So we're hoping that with this plan in place, the state will release funding that would allow for someone to administer the commission. Right now they hold regular meetings and it's comprised of different nominees. So the state, county, and city each nominate 3 people to be on the commission. So, and Michael explained, they have a number of things that they are allowed to do, required to do. So we're hoping that this plan, you know, they've been working really hard, but we're hoping this plan then unlocks those resources to build up the commission and provide it the administrative help it needs.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I just, this is a wonderful day for planning and development to see back-to-back really transformational plans being presented, one on the far north side and one on the far south side. It really is just a wonderful testament, and I'm thrilled. So very good agenda building. I just want to acknowledge again the extraordinary contributions that have come out of the team. Erica Sulky and Mike Penestack have really just masterfully guided this program. This is the planning department put forth the dollars to bring on the consultant team to increase their bandwidth. So it's an example again of planning, stepping in and doing what we are really charged to do, and that is to serve those communities. In particular, I think the Alderman Beal, this was a top priority for him. Alderman Austin, as she is retiring, this was a top element on her to-do list before she left, and it's thrilling to see that it's poised to be approved before her term ends. As well, as you've heard, Abraham Lacey and his organization, the Far South, have given pro bono assistance to stand this up. I think you heard earlier, Leon Walker of DL3, which he has also been a resource to that commission. And I think it can't be understated just how important this is for the South Side. And we only have, I think, 3 medical districts. This will be the third in the city or the second. It's the second one in the city, the third in the state. So this is a very, very big deal for the South Side, Far South Side, to have an employment center, a public health center, and next to a commercial corridor that really was the downtown for Roseland and Pullman. So there's a wonderful synergy, of course, with the addition of the Red Line extension. It's also going to be extremely accessible by transit. So just a really beautiful coming together of a set of transformational investments. So I'm just thrilled that from this plan, the medical district will be able to go out and leverage it in the tens of millions of dollars. So again, my compliments to the team that shepherded this through. It's really exemplary, I believe, award-winning work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Alderman Beal, would you like to make a statement?
Yep, absolutely, I would. I'm sorry, I'm on the road driving back to Chicago right now. But I just wanted to thank our team, Richard Will, Reed. This was truly and Abraham, this is truly a grassroots movement, and I'm glad to see that the city finally saw the vision and jumped on board with the vision that we've been trying to fight for a very long time here in the community. And this has been a priority for the community for a very long time, but did not have the resources. And if it had not been for the diligence of the due diligence of Richard and his group, who initially started doing this work at no cost, and we were looking to put some money up, and the city finally found some money to fund this particular study, and it's got us to where we are today. So I'm extremely excited that we finally have everybody on board, because I do believe that this is going to transform the whole medical industry on the south side of Chicago. If we have the right people in place and the right structure in place, this is definitely going to be transformative, because we do know that COVID exposed the health desert in our community. And so this is going to help bridge that. This is going to allow us to start getting city funds, state funds, federal funds to really put this entire plan together. So, again, I just want to make sure that everyone is crystal clear that this is a grassroots movement, and the community has been, really swelling up for this medical district. And it's really breathtaking to see things starting to come into fruition, because the community is going to accept nothing less when it comes down to this medical district. So thank you, commissioners. And I really, impress upon you all to pass this particular medical district. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Are there any questions of the staff or the aldermen from the commissioners? Okay, not seeing any other hands raised. With that, do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the Roseland Community Medical District Master Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Don't be shy.
Moved, Commissioner Tillman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Do I have a second motion?
Seconded by Novara.
Thank you, Commissioner Navarra. Roll call vote. Let's see who's left. Commissioner Burnett, are you still around? No. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Navarra?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that was it for who's left. Did I leave anybody out? No, okay. And we have enough votes, correct, Noah? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations. Yay, okay. We're on to the last item on the agenda. And this is an informational presentation. And this is on the Altenheim Framework Plan. The Altenheim Framework Plan sets the foundation for a recreational trail and string of open spaces on a 2-mile section of elevated rail line on Chicago's west side in the communities of North Lawndale, East Garfield Park, and West Garfield Park. It is grounded in a year-long effort to engage residents and stakeholders through in-person and virtual meetings and an online survey. In addition to planning for the future trail and related open spaces, the plan identifies redevelopment opportunities in 6 unique focus areas surrounding the rail line and proposes concept plans. The plan also addresses potential impacts on the surrounding community with a section devoted to equitable investment that makes recommendations for resident retention, local economic growth, and anti-displacement strategies. This presentation is for informational purposes with the goal of adoption at a future Plan Commission hearing. Brian Hacker will make the presentation.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good afternoon to you and commissioners. My name is Brian Hacker, planner with the West Region in the Department of Planning and Development. And yeah, thank you everyone for hanging around. I'd love to say that this will be quick, but it's kind of a complicated and involved plan, but I will do my best to get through this in a timely manner. So yeah, as mentioned, this is an informational presentation for the Altenheim Line Framework Plan, located in the communities of North Lawndale and East and West Garfield Park, in the 24th and 28th wards. So today we're here presenting a draft version of the plan for a new recreational trail and related redevelopment areas on the west side for the Plan Commission's review. So you're aware of the review process. The plan is currently posted for public comment on the DPD website, and it'll be available for the next month, if not longer, with the goal of revising it based on comments received here, as well as from the members of the public. And then we are hoping to bring it to the January Plan Commission meeting, tentatively speaking here, based on availability on the agenda. So this project is a collaboration between DPD and CDOT on the city side, and also was led by a deep consultant team led by SOM, Hood Design Studio, Leighton Design, among other firms, and managed by SOM's David Scully, who was so inspired by working with the city that he's now the managing deputy director of our Bureau of Planning and Urban Design. So shout out to David. So the scope of this project is to look at recreational opportunities for a 2-mile section of elevated rail line and adjacent green spaces on the west side of the city. It's also to identify redevelopment focus areas along that corridor and make recommendations for land uses, urban design features, and public realm investments. There's also our goal to foster a sense of community ownership for this project and to support local economic development through entrepreneurship and local job creation opportunities through the redevelopment plans. And then also to develop strategies for equitable investment and anti-displacement, given the concerns around other investments of this type, of this scope, such as the Bloomingdale Trail /606 and real estate trends that came out of that. This map shows the study area for the project. So you can see the section of the rail line that's been considered here.
This is tech support, sorry. We do not see your screen, the shared screen.
Oh, you don't? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I did not hit the share button. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Can everyone see that now?
Yes, Brian.
Okay, all right, my mistake. Okay, well, you didn't miss anything. So this is the map of the study area. This shows the section of the elevated rail line in green there that's being considered for the future trail. And then the hashed area is the study area that was considered more broadly for redevelopment and other improvements. So this includes the former Sears campus, now the Holman Square district. Within it, also a portion of Independence Boulevard, intersecting kind of in the middle there, as well as adjacency to, if you look at the lower right here, the developing campus around the Sinai Hospital and CineSpace that's been expanding in recent years. And then to the west, you've got the Roosevelt Cicero Industrial Corridor, which also is prominent area within the study area. These images show existing conditions, several points along the existing rail line here. So there are currently 2 tracks that are on the right of way that are underutilized. They're owned by CSX, but then you can also see a generous unused space that is on the elevated structure, but then also slopes down to grade level at certain points, and it has become overgrown with vegetation as it's not an active rail corridor and there are no tracks built over that. So in preliminary talks with CSX, they've indicated that they would like to maintain ownership of some of the right of way because they've communicated that this is a key connection within the greater Chicago freight network. And so we'd be looking at this as a quote unquote rails with trails opportunity. And I'll get a little bit more into that in later slides. But these drone images that were taken by SOM provide some real nice perspective here. And an overview of the study area demographics. There's a little over 72,000 folks living within that study area. It's largely a low income population. As mentioned earlier, it covers primarily in the North Lawndale community area, but also spills over into East and West Garfield Park. There's a fairly high unemployment rate here. And looking the lower right, pretty good variety of employment sectors of the residents, but a decent amount of healthcare workers here, given the proximity to Lawndale Christian, Sinai, and the medical district. Provide an overview of the project timeline and the community outreach that was completed. This project began in spring of 2021, and it involved very robust community engagement process. There were 3 community meetings held. There were a mix of virtual meetings and in-person meetings. Some photos there of locations where we held meetings in the North Lawndale community. We also had an advisory committee made up of residents and stakeholders. There was an online survey that got a healthy response to it. We worked closely with 24th and 28th Ward elected officials, and also reached out to many institutions, businesses, and other organizations that are active or located in the area. So to give an overview of the plan here, because it goes beyond just the looking at the trail and open spaces, in the blue text there, the 3 main pillars of this are the equitable investment and anti-displacement framework. There's also the elevated trail and open space plan, and then the redevelopment focus area plans. And these each have their own unique characteristics to it, and make up the meat of the plan here. So I'm going to start off talking about the planning context and equitable investment strategies. So the active community plan in this area is the North Lawndale Quality of Life Plan that we often refer to for projects in North Lawndale. This was completed in 2018 and led by the North Lawndale Community Coordinating Council. We feel that this project aligns very nicely with the major tenets of that plan, particularly as it relates to goals around active transportation, health and wellness, vacant land activation, affordable housing, and local economic development. So the main pillars of this plan are very similar to what you would see throughout that quality of life plan. North Lawndale is also an Invest Southwest community where we've been engaging for nearly 3 years now, as we recently celebrated. There are 3 major projects connected to Invest Southwest that are underway and in various stages of progress. Ogden Avenue is the priority corridor here. So we've got 2 active projects that are mixed use, include affordable housing on Ogden Avenue, and then a local jobs, industrial / community use at the quote unquote Roosevelt Costner site, which is city owned, and we're hoping to be breaking ground on that before the end of the year. And that is also one of the what would be a trailhead site for the Altenheim line. I want to move to provide a summary of the market analysis that was done for the area to help guide our recommendations and focus on the redevelopment areas. So there's not a strong market here currently for multi-family rental residential. Affordable housing is, really the main option under the current market conditions. However, there has been some growth in the for sale residential market, and it indicates some increasing opportunities to provide a broader mix of housing types at, for both affordable and market rate options. Unfortunately, there's not a strong market for commercial development, despite the fact that there is quite a bit of retail leakage in the community. But there are some challenges around vacancy, lack of rooftops, expendable income. But the market analysis showed that there is some strong opportunities for rehabbing existing commercial space and hopefully, sparking a broader demand. The industrial market here is healthy in the area. The Roosevelt Cicero industrial corridor is located to the west side of the study area, and there's been growth there. That's the Roosevelt Costner project that was previously mentioned as part of that. And then to the east are some industrial uses that are, currently operating. And you've got Cinespace over there too, which is driving a lot of investment towards the east side of the study area. This slide covers the primary equitable planning pillars that are part of the equitable investment framework. These are focused on these 4 categories here. The first being to support existing residents through housing programs to keep residents in place, and keep them resilient from changing market conditions. It also involves applying public and private funds to renovate existing buildings, for mixed use, leveraging public land resources so we can have more of a impact on future development in the community and align it with the city's greater planning goals. And then focusing on equity in local economic development investments that would be made in the commercial corridors and redevelopment areas. So I'm going to move to the recommendations and plans for the trail and open space opportunities here. This image shows the existing conditions for the elevated rail structure. So across the 2 miles of this rail line here, it changes quite a bit from one side to the other. The elevated structure itself can be very wide in some places. For example, at Holman Avenue, where there's currently an urban farm that's located up on the rail line, it's very wide, around 120 feet. But these conditions change depending on where you're at in the line. As you move towards the west, the elevated structure is more narrow and there's an embankment next to it, so it slopes down to grade level. The bridges that cross the streets that intersect with the line are of varying widths, so this does present some challenges and opportunities for the plan here. And we also had to, as I previously mentioned, consider a width of somewhere between 30 and 50 feet to be maintained for private rail operations here, should CSX choose to maintain active rail along this right of way. This exhibit here shows the access points that were identified. For this project compared to, say, something like the Bloomingdale Trail, it was a little bit easier to identify where we would want to create access, because there aren't as many streets that cross under the rail line. Here, they're spaced out to be roughly a quarter of a mile in distance from one another, give or take, depending on the locations. But access is basically identified at all of the streets that intersect the rail line. And these have varying conditions at the locations. So there are some specific access design plans that are made for these various locations, and I won't go through all of them, but I'll show a couple of typologies, if you will. So as you can see here, like Pulaski and Independence, these are locations where the right-of-way slopes down to the grade and there's an embankment rather than a retaining wall. So this creates the opportunity to do some small public plaza spaces with landscaping and potentially some hardscape improvements like step seating that would complement ramps that go up to the elevated trail and provide access on and off from there, and also create some opportunities for, you know, landscaped and hardscaped areas. These examples here are areas where there's an existing retaining wall. So as I mentioned before, you know, Homan Avenue is really a node of activity and kind of, you know, one of the more prominent points along the trail right of way here. And if you're familiar with that location, there's a retaining wall there that has, you know, murals painted on it. So there, and a location like Central Park, also shown here, due to the existing condition of a retaining wall, would be opportunities to build switchback ramps going up to the elevated trail. And also in this portion of the plan, there are 3 locations that we zoomed in on to do a little bit more detailed planning for. You are shown on the map here. One is at Independence Boulevard, referred to as the Parkway Theater. Another is at the Homan Square location around Homan and Kedzie, referred to as the Community Arts and Music Center. And then to the east, east of California Avenue near Washtenaw, there's a large city-owned site that we wanted to look at more closely called the Campus Green. So first of these is the Parkway Theater at the intersection with Independence Boulevard. So this just makes sense as a transition between 2 active transportation thoroughfares here, with Independence Boulevard being a very bike and pedestrian friendly street. So this contemplates a stoop that would overhang the boulevard, provide a nice overlook and viewpoint to the surrounding area, and also allow for a good integration between these 2 pedestrian corridors here. So you can see there's a rendering in the upper right that shows, you know, a gathering space, public plaza, opportunity for public art as a focus area along the trail. At Homan Avenue, this site made sense because of the existing activity that's there. This is where you've got the former Sears campus, and it's been invested in with reuse of the powerhouse there into a high school, DRW College Prep. Nichols Tower is an office building now. And this is an area that's already very activated. As I mentioned before, there's an existing urban farm that's there, the Homan Rails Farm. And folks are already able to go up on the trail at this part of it and, you know, have activities there. So this is a good example of what could come in the future. And this area contemplates a hilly, grassy area that offers an opportunity for movies or digital art to be projected on the walls of the industrial buildings that are along the corridor here, as well as other landscaping and activation opportunities. Lastly is the Campus Green area, as it's referred to, near Washtenaw and the rail line just south of Taylor Street. There's an existing hill here at this site, so it's kind of looks to continue that condition, but turn it into a you know, multifaceted open space with public plaza that ties into the improvements that are planned just to the north of here with the Hope Academy project, which is athletic fields and youth sports programming. The last slide of this section, I just want to call attention to the fact that there are detailed design guidelines and recommendations included in this section of the plan. I won't go into all of them here, but really the recommendations that are made are reflected in the plans that were just showed. So they relate to how the access points should be treated to create consistency across them, create an identity for the trail. Just some basic standards for the trail design, in terms of the elevation, the curvature, the width of the trail. Also some recommendations made around the supportive open spaces that could be built out on the sections of the trail where there's wider right of way. Also for the landscaping, for the trees, vegetation, stormwater improvements, seating and lighting, and signage and fencing. So this is all available in the draft plan. So now I'll move on to the redevelopment focus areas. We identified within that study area 6 unique subsections that we wanted to focus in on and make pointed recommendations on. So I will be taking a look in greater detail at the Holman Square area and showing you that, but then I'll also touch briefly on these other areas, but for the sake of time, we'll not go into as much detail. But each of these focus areas has components identified in the list here of creating a vision for them, analyzing the existing conditions and market conditions, looking at the development opportunities, whether they're renovation or new construction on vacant land, creating concept plans, and then also recommending supportive public realm improvements in whether that's pedestrian infrastructure or other related improvements. So as I mentioned, I'm going to provide some detail into the Holman Square focus area. As I mentioned before, this is located around the former Sears campus near Holman and Kedzie Avenues and where they intersect with the trail. So this made sense to call out as kind of the crown jewel of the planning area here, because of the work that's been done by the Holman Square Foundation and other organizations to really reactivate the historic buildings in that campus. And we just are seeking to really take that momentum and continue to run with it, and consider the adaptive reuse opportunities. There are still some historic buildings here that are underutilized or sitting vacant. So we want to make sure that historic preservation is at the heart of redevelopment in this area. And then we also want to leverage that existing infrastructure and building stock to create a walkable mixed use district that includes residential uses, builds on the existing institutional uses that are in this area, brings in office uses, and really makes this an area where you can live and work and have access to excellent pedestrian and open space amenities. This slide addresses the existing conditions in this area. As I mentioned, there are some major opportunities here, particularly with the Sears Administration Building, which is identified on this plan by the just south of the Sunken Gardens of number 7 there. This is a historic landmark. It's currently sitting vacant and really in need of investment. There's also an existing office building that was formerly occupied by Allstate, located towards the east of this area, and it has a connected parking structure that could be retrofitted or renovated to provide parking for this entire district. So the various office, residential, commercial uses that could be coming, there will be available parking for them. And there's also vacant land towards the east and Kedzie Avenue that could be an opportunity for new development. And each of these sections, as you can see on the left side here, it sets the redevelopment priorities for the department. So when we're either have funding to potentially apply here or looking at potential private investment, we can refer to this plan and use it as a guide for what our first, second, third, fourth, fifth priorities are. This slide shows the concept plan that we're laying out for this redevelopment area. As mentioned before, it proposes reuse and renovation of some of these existing buildings there, and then also considers new construction opportunities like where you see marked with a 7 along Kedzie Avenue. That's currently a parking lot. But as investment in this area becomes more common and there's a little bit more of a market for new construction, this could be multifamily, residential with lower density developments such as townhomes, surrounded by an attractive open space that provides direct access to the trail. There are other opportunities in this area as well, with a large amount of surface parking that is related to public safety uses. Finally, each of these sections includes a portion on public realm improvements. So this can be related to everything from sidewalk to bike infrastructure to street trees, viaduct improvements, and other public investments that could be made to help augment and complement the recommendations for the private realm. So now I'm going to just touch briefly on the other focus areas that we looked at in not as much depth. But this is the Lawndale Plaza. This is a large retail plaza located along Roosevelt Road between Homewood and Kedzie Avenues. There's a large surface parking lot that's heavily underused. There's a lot of retail vacancy here. There's a large cinema building that's been vacant for several years. So what this plan focuses on is, re-tenanting those spaces, but then also, as more investment comes on board, ideally putting some more buildings in those outlots there, retrofitting that parking lot to be a more pedestrian-friendly area with plazas and smaller retail spaces to provide a little bit of diversity for other types of tenants. Moving west on Roosevelt Road, another area that we focused on was the Central Park Theater District, as we're calling it. This is really centered around Central Park and Roosevelt. If you're familiar, there's an amazing historic theater there marked, it's between the 3 and the 4. It's currently sitting vacant. It was formerly a church. We want to support the reuse of that building and then also use that as leverage for additional investment. So there's a large amount of vacant land here. Some of it is city owned. It offers an opportunity for land assembly. And we see this as, being a heavy commercial corridor. This can support higher density residential, ground floor commercial, and then even some standalone commercial development. To the west of here and to the north, along Pulaski Road, where it intersects with the trail right of way, excuse me, there's a large volume of vacant land located here, and it's largely in a residential district, but also in proximity to some light industrial uses here. So we see this as a chance to encourage infill development at the neighborhood scale, and as previously mentioned, create some residential development that's integrated with open space that could provide direct connections to the elevated trail. This is the previously mentioned Campus Green district. So to the north of the rail line there, you see the open space that is included in the previous section of the plan on city-owned property. So to the south here is a large site that's formerly industrial and currently vacant, with the exception of that number 4 building there, which is a remnant of a larger historic structure. We see this as being similar to the opposite end of the rail line of the trail with the Roosevelt Costner site, where we're really looking to drive local job creation. So we think here that there could be light industrial uses, community incubator, job training, other uses that can really, encourage job skills and local employment, as well as adjacency to a new neighborhood park. And then finally, there isn't really a concept plan for this site here because this is a site that DPD RFP'd in the past couple of years, and we're currently working to bring a project to fruition here. So this just shows the trail's relationship to that project, which, like I mentioned, will hopefully break ground before the end of this year. So this is also an area where we're looking to bring jobs. There are a couple of buildings along Roosevelt Road that will support community uses. And there's a real opportunity to integrate a trailhead and landscaped open spaces set in the middle of this real economic engine at the west side of the trail right away. Similar to the trail and open space plan, this section also has a detailed recommendations and design guidelines section. So as I mentioned previously, adaptive reuse and renovation of existing buildings is a real priority of this plan. So there are some very specific design guidelines around investment in those existing buildings to make sure they continue to be landmarks in the community and they fit in with the character of other projects that are being planned. And then it also makes some specific recommendations around new industrial development that might come in proximity to the trail, as well as new residential and commercial projects. And then finally, just one more slide here, there is a implementation plan related to the framework plan here. And it's too much content to really go to in detail. I do encourage you to go check out the draft plan on the DPD website, but there are very specific action items that are identified for each of the equity, open space, and redevelopment portions of the plan. They include specific implementation strategies and also provide a rough timeline, as well as responsible city departments and nonprofit and private partners that might also be part of those actions as well to progress this plan as we look to bring this into reality. So I appreciate you all sitting through this long presentation at the very end of the meeting, and I'll stop there and open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Reyes?
No, not questions. I just want to say that this has been an amazing and impressive presentation of the work of the Department of Planning. I just cannot wait to see some of these ideas to materialize. And also, I cannot just wait to see this kind of work to go to other neighborhoods so we can, see the benefit of this amazing amount of work. I mean, I am truly, it's beautiful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox?
Commissioner Reyes, thank you for acknowledging, the work of the department. Really, I feel like we've reached a milestone where we are proactively planning our neighborhoods. To have a presentation of 3 proposals that are, not downtown centric, but are genuinely putting in place guidelines that could help spur the redevelopment of our neighborhoods. It's just it feels really good to see this quality of work. Our consultants teams, shout out to our teams at SOM and the other partners that have brought this about. Each one of these is pretty unique. This one is the Altenheim line. As you know, we also have a study going on for an urban agriculture hood in Inglewood along that abandoned rail. And then there's the beginnings of a grassroots effort in Bronzeville for that trail. So there's definitely a theme here of adding those quality of life amenities, open space frameworks that I think can drive the quality of life way up in these communities. And so again, my hat's off to each of our planners, Brian Hacker, who took authorship of this. I think it began more or less at the same time, a little after the Western Avenue study. And to your point, Commissioner Reyes, about taking this to other communities, other neighborhoods. For the first time, the city council gave dollars from the capital budget to support neighborhood framework plans. We're 1 per region of our 7 regions is now built in, and it's the first time that City Council has made that level of commitment. And what's important about that is a lot of times we study these areas based on where we have resources, and those resources are usually come from TIF, from tax increment financing. Well, there are lots of neighborhoods that don't have robust TIFs. And so this additional money in the City Council budget will allow us to go to where the planning needs are and not simply where we have resources. So I'm really looking forward to the next year, and thanks for the patience of the commission to stick around to see this body of work, because it's really quite impressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Novara?
Hi, I just wanted, like Commissioner Reyes, I wanted to just take a moment and commend my colleague, Commissioner Cox, and his team. I think this is, you know, when you came on board, Commissioner, you made a bunch of changes to really rebuild the way that the department approaches the city and its work by geography, and to really put a proactive approach to that. And it takes a long time, and we all want things to move faster, but I think this one plan commission is an example of how those actions that you took early on in your tenure are bearing fruit. And I just want to recognize that and thank you for it. You're a wonderful colleague.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Commissioner Navarro, I have to apologize because your staff was very helpful to us as you were in the development of this, particularly in the anti-displacement strategies and equitable investment framework. So I apologize for not putting that DOH logo up on the project team side as well, but we do appreciate the input that you had on this plan. So it was a very nice collaboration.
You're here.
And I see Alderwoman Monique Scott would like to say a few words.
This is very exciting. I wish, Commissioner Cox, I wish you could have seen Brian about a few weeks ago when we actually went on the 14th floor of that Sears Tower building, and he was able to look at the skyline and the neighborhoods on that 14th floor. And to actually see him go on that line, I knew that it was something brewing, very exciting for the 24th Ward. He was so excited. He was actually able to go on the line, take some photos, feel, touch, and see is something different when you're planning off of a map, when you actually can feel and touch what you actually are planning. And just to see his excitement, I knew that it was something special coming. And I am very proud of the work and the time and the effort that your department has put in. This is just possibly the boost that the 24th Ward needs to kind of like to revitalize and rebuild our community. I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Scott. It looks like this picture was taken at that moment when you were climbing that tower.
It wasn't, but it's a very similar.
It's a very similar view,
yeah.
huh?
I think this is from my drone.
Well, thanks, everybody. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Just want to make sure if, is there anything else that commissioners would want to ask, or Commissioner Cox?
I will say, I mean, obviously this is a framework. So much like the work on Western, the hard work begins now in terms of putting some real specificity on the framework. So, and of course, we're doing something unlike the other rail corridors. We're coexisting with the rail company that still runs a train on that line. And fortunately, I've been a part of greenways that have done just that. So I hope to help us navigate that. But it's important to have the framework. We've got a lot of real tangible steps to take. And I really look forward to working with the Alderwoman to flush those out so that the community is really, really excited about the potential. And we saw in Inglewood went from an idea and within 9 months had assembled $80 million from both federal dollars and local dollars to make that dream a reality. So I think if you plan wisely, the resources will come, and I think this is going to be one of those cases. So just looking forward to the next steps, even though I know they're going to be hard-fought battles and tough negotiations, but I think we'll get it done.
Thank you. Very exciting. So we do not need to vote on this item as this was only informational. We do need to vote on us adjourning. And I think we still have enough people to do that. So I'll do a roll call vote. This concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
So moved. I think Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Cox said it at the same time. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Cox was a yes. Commissioner Flores is also a yes. Commissioner Lyons, are you still here?
Yes.
Yes,
and
you are. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Novara,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Soto? Still here?
Yes.
She's nodding yes. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that was it. Motion passes. Everyone have a great Thanksgiving holiday and we'll see you in a month.
You too all be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.